I declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the lands from which we meet today and pay my respects to their ancestors and elders past, present and emerging. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 4 August 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing. I remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the Committee. I now invite members of the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee present today and on the phone to introduce yourselves. Good morning, everyone. My name is Luke Gosling. I'm the chair of this committee, chairing this hearing today. I represent the people of Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory. A little bit up the track from here in Adelaide. I'll hand to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the Deputy Chair, Tony Passon, the Federal Member for Barker and the Assistant Shadow Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. I have to apologise for not being in Adelaide. I'm sitting in the Riverland later this afternoon. There's a crisis meeting of wine grape growers because we've had a particularly catastrophic frost and I couldn't be in Adelaide and get to this meeting in time. So that's why I'm sitting in the Riverland at the end of the phone.
Thanks, Deputy Chair, and yeah, sorry to hear about that frost, and all the best to everyone up there in the Riverland with that. Tony.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. Tony Zappia, Federal Member for Macon, and I see we've got Justin and Ryan from the City of Tea Tree Gully, who I know well. In fact, if I had known you were going to be online, I probably would have come to your office and sat with you guys at that end. But anyway, and good morning, Alex.
Thanks, Tony.
Good morning.
Scotty.
Scotty Buchholz, Federal Member for Wright from Queensland.
There may be another member joining us on the phone from WA at some point, but we'll introduce her at a later stage. So welcome, gentlemen, and for the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And just for ease, when we also get into some Q&A, we'll just go Tea Tree Gully first and then Mount Barker. So, Mr. Robbins, if you could kick off.
Yes, good morning. Justin Robbins, General Manager, Strategy and Finance with the City of Tea Tree Gully.
Thanks, Mr. McMahon.
Yeah, Ryan McMahon, Chief and CEO, Tea Tree Gully Council.
Thank you. Mount Barker.
Alexander Bilyanov, General Manager Corporate Services for Mount Barker District Council.
Yeah, welcome, Alex. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses of Federal Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement. Well, I say brief, but as long as you want, really. Before we then proceed to some Q&A around this very important issue of financial sustainability of local government. Because you're on the phone, it can sometimes be hard to decipher voices. So to assist us with the transcription and correctly, allocating comments to the right person, just when you speak, just please just remind us. Just say, Justin Robbins, Ryan McMahon, Alexander. Just mention your name before you answer. Thanks very much. This makes it a bit easier for the transcription. And I invite Tea Tree Gully to tee off.
Thank you. Ryan McMahon here. For Tea Tree Gully, I think one of the key components is ensuring that revenue for local councils is able to keep up with a reasonable taxation share overall. I think for a number of years, our financial assistance grants have reduced overall, and having kept up with the pace of inflation nor population increases overall. In recent years, our council welcomed the Local Government Infrastructure Partnership Scheme, which allowed a number of key projects to be delivered in our region for the benefit of our local community. The completion of that has left a significant hole in our budget ongoing. And at any point in time, any government that wishes to reinstate that, particularly if the economy requires stimulus, we welcome reinstatement of that program. Overall, for local councils in South Australia, increased regulation and burden of the overarching oversight scheme for local government has been a challenge for us. And one of the things we ask to ensure our sustainability is that red tape and bureaucracy is minimised overall. One of the key components for South Australian councils, in our opinion, is a review of how our financial assistance grants are allocated in the state as well. Our allocation scheme has kept reasonably consistent in recent years and hasn't kept up with changing populations, demographics, and financial capacity to pay. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much. That was Ryan, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything, Justin, at this point?
Not at this point, thank you.
No worries. There'll be plenty of opportunities. Thanks, Mount Barker District Council.
Good morning. As is Alex O'Connor, I'm General Manager Corporate Services at Mount Barker District Council. Thank you for providing the opportunity to address the committee this morning. For context, Mount Barker is one of the fastest growing LGAs in South Australia and is the 11th fastest in the country. This level of growth, however, is putting immense pressure on our infrastructure, and we're being forced to manage that with limited resources. In addition to this, we manage the second largest wastewater treatment facility in SA, outside of the state government's SA Water. This is a huge operational responsibility for a regional council of our size. At the same time, as a result of the growth and the requirement to support our growing community and its transition from being a small country town to a regional town centre has required major projects like our $52 million regional aquatic centre and our $24 million regional sports park, which is just the first stages of those precincts, which we need to then further expand as our town and our community grows. These facilities not only benefit our existing ratepayers community, they service the growth that will come to our towns, but also to our neighbouring councils in the broader region. These costs, however, are largely falling on our ratepayers. This includes the responsibility to not only service the debt and its finance costs, but also the ongoing operating, maintenance and renewal costs that can't be recovered through growth in rates alone. This, as you would expect, puts financial pressure on council and our sustainability. Our projected peak debt forecast to be $160 million in the next 4 years, and this is the equivalent of 107% of our operating revenue. This debt results from rapid growth and infrastructure demands, and it's unfair for our ratepayers to carry full burden, especially when the wider region benefits and even broadly the state, as we play a significant role in achieving the state government's roadmap for housing. Apologies. On top of that, there's an unresolved projected shortfall in the Transport Infrastructure Developer Contribution Scheme that was established with the state government when the state government rezoned 1,300 hectares of land back in Mount Barker back in 2020. What Mount Barker is seeking is for a better funding model that not only addresses making sure that financial assistance grants are sufficient for growing regional councils, which I think is an important distinction from just metropolitan or general council that is experiencing growth. And one of the other areas is to ensure that there are sufficient grants to deliver significant infrastructure so that the community isn't having to not only bear the cost of what is significant operating and maintenance costs, but also then the funding and finance costs of those significant outlays. One such challenge for Mount Barker is a change in how we are considered and treated when applying for regional grants. We're no longer eligible to do so as a result of a change which has resulted in the ABS classifying our area as being within the greater capital city statistical area, which means that we're excluded from vital funding programs like the Building Regions program and the Regional University Hub program. However, places like Ballarat and Gold Coast are still eligible for those programs, which might illustrate why that might appear inconsistent and not appropriate in the context of Mount Barker in South Australia. There is a need also to provide additional grant funding to regional councils who don't have the economies of scale and ability to achieve own source income as compared to metro councils from sources such as user charges and statutory charges like parking tickets and fines, which can be quite significant for those councils. By not being eligible under regional funding, it forces us to compete with larger established metropolitan councils or cover the costs ourselves, which is unsustainable and creates an uneven playing field. Mount Barker wants to help the government meet its housing targets, but we can't do it alone. And tailored grant funding model needs to be developed for regional growth councils. Thank you for your time this morning, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Alex. We start with Teacher Gully. We've been asking this of all of the local governments that we've spoken with around the country, just to give us a sense of how people who run local governments see this issue of financial sustainability, and so how do you define it, and then how do you measure it? So the definition of financial sustainability from your point of view for your local government, and how do you measure that? Thanks, T-Tree, for any thoughts you've got on that.
Yeah, for our council, as defined, Ryan speaking, sorry.
Yep.
For our council, financial sustainability is met for us of being up our intergeneration requirements, whilst also ensuring that we are able to maintain and deliver the services that our community need to increase their wellbeing. Our council has a very sophisticated long-term financial plan, which is predicated on principles. Principle one, being able to maintain so ensuring that we have sufficient asset management plans, and understand exactly what our funding are in the future.
Ryan,
in
we're
relation to
just having a bit of a difficulty with your line.
Yep.
Are you in a low coverage area or something? Is there somewhere you can move to? You're just coming through a bit broken. We can't make out everything you're saying. That's all.
Would you like us to maybe bring back? We're on a full coverage here, but we're getting reverberate.
Yeah, we'll go to Mount Barker. If you want to try and call back in, we'll give that a go. Thanks, fellas. Alex, just while T-Tree are calling back in, did you want to give us a bit of an idea of how Mount Barker sees, with the challenging growth profile you've got coming, but also maintaining the current services, how you see this issue of financial sustainability and how you measure that?
Yes, certainly. So this is Alex Werner from Mount Barker District Council. I think there's a couple of elements to it. In South Australia, we have a mature model for how councils report on their financial sustainability and on broadly on their financials, and that's captured through the model financial statements. And where there are the key financial indicators that every council consistently reports against, and those are the operating surplus ratio, the net financial liabilities ratio, and the asset renewal ratio. One of the challenges, though, with these ratios is that they can achieve, perverse outcomes as a result of changes in accounting standards and the timing of financial assistance grants and others where they can overstate surpluses, but then create significant deficits in future years, depending on the timing of payment rather than on the timing of the acquittal or the consumption of that grant. The other challenge is the misunderstanding by community and stakeholders of local government financial statements. For example, we have these significant balance sheets, but they're not assets that can be sold. They are community assets and are required for our community, but they also come with a significant liability in maintaining them and renewing them. But they're further subject to misunderstanding when you have a council with significant debt, which this council will be transitioning to. And with that, there's a community expectation that a council doesn't make a surplus because it's deemed to be a profit from the community. And as a result, it can create an unsustainable path if a council isn't achieving surpluses. And in our case, we'll need to be a reasonable surplus to ensure that we're not only servicing the debt, but we're also reducing it over time and bringing ourselves back into a much healthier financial position. Because the loans that we are taking out are for intergenerational projects, and so it is appropriate that it is funded by those that will benefit from the use of those assets. But it does mean that because of how they're reported, we will need to achieve services to achieve that. The other challenge that we have in sustainability, though, is that we have such significant growth that the service level that is achieved by developers in an effort to promote and sell their developments is of a very high standard and is higher than what might have been the standard expected 10, 20 years ago. And as a result of that, there's an expectation of when an existing township is renewed, that it's not only replaced like for like, but that there is attention to improve the livability of those townships. And so that could be by the provision of trails or footpaths, the provision of community facilities, even some things as simple as just street lighting or upgrading main streets. The other challenge that council has as a growth council is the significant gifted assets that we receive from developers. So for context, Mount Barker last year received around $35 million of gifted assets. And although that sounds like a great outcome, the gifted assets are probably more better attributed to as a liability to council as they come with an obligation to maintain and then renew those assets. The council needs to ensure that it has a rate base that can support it. the challenge is then exacerbated by the significant increase of the cost of renewing those assets as a result of the recent inflation. And those price shocks are still being worked through local government sector's finances. So where some might be already reporting that they're in the potential to be unsustainable, that'll only get exacerbated as they start to have to renew some of their existing assets. And so that's where I see a role in the financial assistance grants, but also the other untied funding, similar to Roads to Recovery and others, will be vital in ensuring that local governments can continue to be sustainable and ensure that they can achieve their visions. And so for Mount Barker, our vision is to be the most livable region in South Australia. And if we have further pressures on our financial sustainability, then it'll have to come at a cost of the services that we can provide to our community.
Thank you. How are we going with City of Tea Tree Gully?
Yeah, we've joined back in, thank you.
That's it. That sounds a lot better.
So it's Justin Robbins here. So just to continue that same sentiment around financial sustainability. So for us, much of what Mount Barker is mentioned around the ability to renew the assets is similar. In particular, on the back of our long-term financial plan, which basically says we've got to continue to renew those or maintain the existing assets at their at a minimum their current service standards. Often, at the time of renewing many of the assets, there's an expectation amongst the community for many of these that were built a long time ago that there's a change in service standards. So you've got the additional compounding issue, not only the ability to replace the asset, but actually enhance it to a better service standard than it was previously. Further compounded by that, construction costs have gone up by that 30 to 35% over recent years. And the challenge that we've had with that is that we are an asset-intensive sector, which means that the cost of essentially replacing all those assets over time has gone up 33%. So in our case, that translates to a required increase to our asset renewal program in the order of 30 to 35%, which is about 3 to 4 million. Now, while that doesn't necessarily seem that much, that actually represents, to pull that off, represents a 4% increase in rates. And you can imagine the challenge we've got now when you've got inflation over recently period of time, which has been around that mid 4%, going into a budget process each year, and then having to go, rates need to increase by at least 4%, 4.5% to maintain services, plus add another 4% on, has meant a significant increase in rates. And obviously, the challenge with that, community sentiment around the ability or rates as it is, compounded with the fact that the respective state governments having mechanisms in place, not necessarily in South Australia, in the eastern states, around trying to keep a lid on rates so they don't raise above CPI, provides additional challenges for councils from a regulatory perspective. In addition to that, long-term financial planning, one of the challenges with those artificial limits on ability to increase rates, one of the things we've always got to continue as local government is focus on our services that we provide to our community. So we've got to continually review those to make sure that we don't get that scope creep in our services, so that actually our overall cost base continues to maintain the same. But again, one of the challenges within the local government sector, it's easy to add services on, but when it comes to taking away services or augmenting services to our community, particularly those that are the community have attachment to, is incredibly difficult for us. In addition to that, financial sustainability, it's around enhancing our community. It's around the new assets. So while the long-term financial plan is predicated on the ability for us to renew assets, you actually have to generate a surplus to invest in new assets. And obviously one of the challenges the local government sector has from an image perspective is that generating operating surpluses not necessarily seen as a positive thing within the community. It's often seen as an area where we're potentially overcharging rates, but it's critical for councils to generate those operating surpluses, particularly between the 5 and 10%, so they can invest in new footpaths, invest in new community buildings, reserve upgrades and other infrastructure for the community going forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Go straight to you, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, gentlemen, we've been taking evidence across the country and in other jurisdictions they don't have the equivalent of a SCOSA. You'd be familiar with the role of a SCOSA, no doubt, in relation to benchmarking and considering this very question about local government sustainability and the management of the authorities. I'd be just interested in your comments about the value or otherwise of a SCOSA, and in particular whether you take any positives out of the benchmarking that kind of happens through the SCOSA process.
So it's Justin here from the City of Teacher Gully. I think certainly amongst the sector was some apprehension to begin with around what it would mean in the cost of effort to pull that data together. And certainly within South Australia earlier on, it was very much a learning exercise for SCOSA as well, understanding the local government sector, understanding the challenges that it faces. I think it'd be fair to say the more recent advice has got better, and it does particularly focus on certainly the rounds from 23-24. Does really hone in on the challenges that are actually facing local government, and that is, where we have long-term financial plans that aren't necessarily that well drafted. But probably the more prevalent issue is the ability of councils to generate sufficient revenue to invest in their asset management plans and renewal of assets. That advice is pretty common for most of the reviews that have been undertaken. The City of Teacher Gully is yet to go through that process, but we certainly see it as an advantage in that we can use it to highlight the challenges that we've got, whereby we have had this significant increase in the requirement of inflation, which has impacted the cost of renewing our assets, and the need for us to then increase the level of rates. We can use it, if you like, to our advantage as another third party that's providing advice to our elected members to say, look, you've got a gap here, you need to fund it. Because again, particularly the challenge you have, we're midway through the election cycle at the moment. We've got 2 years out from another election. Further we get closer to a local government election, the more difficult it is for councils to raise rates above inflation. So I think from a mechanism perspective, I think it is beneficial. I think the challenge we've got for us is that the same things are being said, but actually we're not doing probably enough around the root cause of it across all local government sectors within Australia itself. Thank you.
That's enough one more, if I could, Chair, just if anyone wants to answer it. We take a lot of evidence about cost shifting. I just wonder if you could answer this question. Is the weight of that cost shifting coming from state decision makers, state governments or federal governments? And can you highlight any examples of cost shifting from the federal government to local government for me?
I think that's right for Teacher Gully. I think one of our key components and key focus areas is around road funding. So it's not necessarily cost shifting from federal government, but it's a lack of keeping up with pace of inflation and construction costs with our funding for key infrastructure assets such as roads. And I think into the future, that's most probably one of the key elements of considerations, I guess, as we move to electric vehicles and the fuel tax excise percentages collected by the government reduces overall. And we need to ensure we have a sustainable mechanism to fund particularly the road infrastructure across the nation. Thank you.
Mount Barker, did you want to add anything?
Barker, there's different ways of describing cost shifting. Certainly, the expectation on local government is increasing in regards to the services that we need to provide. But further, there are certainly services that the council provides that might historically have been the service of the state or federal government. But we're also seeing, even in our district, as a result of there not being enough schools or historical funding in hospitals and public transport, that it's creating a burden on our community. And so sometimes that burden and that cost shifting isn't necessarily to us as local government, but it is passing on to our community and our constituents. And so that then plays into their ability then to pay council rates or their ability or willingness to pay for user charges. That's where it's quite a complicated matrix in respect to when the areas are underserviced, it can create outcomes through different forums, and that certainly for us has been a disadvantage that's provided to our community through the lack of education options available locally, where private schools have to take over, the lack of access to a university in our district and the access to those, all being in the metro areas, and the difficulty in accessing and commuting down the freeway, adding to their travel times.
Thank you. Sorry, was that it from you, Alex?
So that was me again, sorry.
Yeah, can I just ask, I'll go to Tony Zapier in a second. Can I just ask what's driving that growth in Mount Barker? Sounds like a great place to live, but...
we think so.
Yeah. But, I mean, employment opportunities, and you've obviously got land there to develop?
Yes, there's certainly land to be developed. The historical context is that in 2010, the state government in South Australia did a ministerial development plan amendment where they rezoned a significant portion of our district. It was 1,300 hectares. And so that has provided a growth development area that will be able to be serviced for what we estimate all the way through to about 2046. So not the normal or traditional approach where you would do growth in pockets and you would ensure that you have the infrastructure and the services and the funding aligned and doing broader master planning. This was a huge rezoning that the state government is determined to go a different path going forward, and sort of referenced whenever they do a new rezoning that they wouldn't go with the approach they did to Mount Barker. Not because it's necessarily not been a good outcome in that the council and the state government and the federal government have worked well in partnership to try and address some of the challenges that have come up that might not have been 100% foreseeable at the start. But where the pressures are is ensuring that we have employment land. So a lot of the people that are moving into Mount Barker are having to commute to the city for employment because there isn't, when they did the rezoning, they did a very small portion of employment lands, and those still haven't been developed and might not be for quite some time. So there isn't that industry that drives them. The reason why people are moving to Mount Barker is because of its livability, and our challenge is to maintain that now into the future. We're only 22% into that growth at the moment, which just shows how much more there is to go, and why we're quite strong in our advocacy, but also in our forward planning and our work with the state government to ensure that, and with the federal government to ensure that those community infrastructure is delivered in a timely manner so that it doesn't create a disparity between the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Tony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all three of you for your presentations up till now. I've got a couple of questions. I will go to Mount Barker first, Alex. I'll come to you. Firstly, what is your ultimate forecast for the population of Mount Barker in, say, 2046, the date that you've given us? And secondly, with respect to the regional funding that you are ineligible for, have you made any representations to the Federal Minister about that? Because I think that that's a very legitimate issue that you're raising.
Thank you. So the entirety of the Mount Barker district will be 64,800 in 2046, and the Mount Barker city will be 40,000 or 40,500 by 2046. What we have seen is that historical estimates of the growth rate have been much lower than what has been the reality. We are growing faster than the predictions, and that we believe is part of the challenge that we have, that the government statistics and the data and the modelling that's being undertaken is based on a lower growth trajectory than what we're experiencing. And so that's why we believe some of the lag in investment has been. With respects to the representations about the regional metro challenge that we have, we've made some representations to Minister King and more recently to Rebecca Sharkey. But we certainly would welcome any support that we can also receive from this committee in supporting our request to have that reconsidered.
No, thank you. And now to you, Ryan and Justin. In your submission, you talk a little about the shortage of suitably qualified staff in the local government sector. When we were running another inquiry, and in fact even as part of this inquiry, we heard that the country councils in particular, the outlying councils, were struggling to find engineers and planning staff and the like. Is that the case for the metropolitan councils as well?
Thanks, Tony. It's Ryan. Certainly, for planning staff in South Australia, the absence of a planning degree over recent years has created a void in the pipeline of planners coming into councils, and it has become a vicious cycle of councils essentially offering more money to essentially attract people into those vacancies. Of recent times, the South Australian Government, in consultation with the Local Government Association, have put in place a accreditation through TAFE, which we hope will start to fill that void. From an engineer perspective, certainly one of the key components is there is a gap with the ability to attract and retain young engineers in the sector. Certainly, there is a requirement to really increase the employee value proposition of what it means to work for your local councils. But also, one of the increasing challenges for our staff is that we have great people that are really passionate, that are really encouraged to work in councils, but the receptive component around how they're treated by some members of the community means that it's easy to go and work for a consultancy firm than it is to work for councils. Local councils are closest to their people, and being close to your people, you receive great rewards and benefits, but you also do deal with some difficult and at times, tough customers. And as a sector, the support of really building our staff up and supporting them through that is one of the key components. From an overall workforce component, we see increased investment from the government, in particularly apprenticeships and traineeships, as being key to supporting the local government sector. We provide very good value jobs for people in a safe work environment overall, and any investment in traineeships and apprenticeship schemes should also focus in local government. In South Australia, I think there is a lot of discussion about obviously workforce and future workforce planning associated with the requirements for the AUKUS arrangements. And I think for us as council, about ensuring that we continue to invest and also work with the relevant governments to invest in making sure that we continue to train the right people for our sector as well.
Ryan, just on that, the government's funding some 500,000 fee-free TAFE places. Is that program of any benefit to local government?
I would say certainly, there's certainly secondary benefits for our council, but not necessarily direct benefits. Right. Often a number of those traineeship programs are not always aligned with the needs of local councils, and there is a requirement for us to really work with the Minister here in South Australia to ensure that we address the needs of councils rather than just the needs of the general populace. So it's mostly more specialist skill sets and support.
No, thanks, Ryan. I'll hand over to the Chair. I think there might be some other questions from other members. Thank you.
I'll hand to Scott Wilcox in a sec, but can we just drill down on that a little bit? Which skill sets in particular do you struggle to acquire in the council?
Yeah, for our council, so Ryan here again, for our council, certainly the planning engineering focus is one of the key components. And then once we get into the predominant component of our workforce, it's people that are actually arborists, so qualified arborists and tree maintenance staff. And often we can always find good people that are willing to be gardeners, but horticulturalists that are skilled with propagation and assessing and assigning work is certainly a skill set that's in hot demand here in South Australia. And that is paramount for a council such as ours. We're very tree lined. We have a lot of natural environment, creeks and waterways, and certainly in going a long way to increasing the wellbeing of our community and also addressing the climate change and heating effect that's occurring. Continued enhancement of those, that part of our environment and that part of our business is paramount for our council.
Yeah, great. I can imagine that industry has got a lot of requirements for viticulturists and specialists in the wine area. But for you to employ a young person here to work on council, are we talking a diploma type course or an advanced certificate type course, or?
Typically for our horticulturals, it would be a certificate 4, advanced certificate. When we start to get into some of our other components with arborists, often that will be an advanced diploma. And you're exactly right, we are in hot demand and in competition with the wine industry, particularly where we're located in the northeast of Tea Tree Gully.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Scotty.
Thanks, gentlemen. I appreciate both of your submissions. Over the years, councils have voiced to federal government through a number of different vehicles that they wanted continuity of funding so that they could plan for years to come when it comes to road infrastructure particularly. And the FAGS program is one of those programs that gives the continuity. I wasn't too sure which one of you in your opening comments spoke about some of the problems with the acquittal of the grants programs. Some of the other councils have said that periodically FAG's funding will land on your balance sheet or in your outside the reporting period that it's designed for. My question is, do you with the state government, what's the vehicle if you want to go back to your masters and say to them, hey, listen, can we throw that money into a suspense or a deferral account and draw it down in the reporting period that it's intended for? Does that happen?
This is Alex, Mount District Council. Certainly, this has been something that's been represented and advocated for through ALGA and through, my understanding, many of the LGAs within each state around Australia. One of the challenges is that the funds are forwarded from the federal government to the state government, and then my understanding is that they then acquit it immediately and transfer it through to local government. And when that is done, it's marketed as bringing the money forward to support those councils. And the funding is critical to councils, and receiving it in advance has been beneficial, but it doesn't need to be brought forward on the 30th of June in the previous year to be brought forward. It would be just as welcomed if it was on the 1st of July and was within the period that it relates to. We certainly can do more advocacy and try and articulate the plight, but the challenge is more in respect of accounting standards in how we must report it when it's provided. But we don't want to jeopardise the basis in that we appreciate that the financial assistance grants are untied, and that's why it's treated the way that it is under accounting standards. We don't want to change that untied nature, but certainly if it was paid within the correct financial period, it would assist in our messaging with our community. But if that wasn't available because of whatever reason there is or justification for doing these pre-30 June payments for the future year, if there was a consistency in how it was paid so that it wasn't 1 quarter in advance, half in advance, 3 quarters fully in advance, if there was a consistency from year on year, then the distortion and the perverse outcome of that timing change wouldn't reflect in our financials because it would be consistently the same. Otherwise, at the moment, we have to provide these explanations in our accounting notes to explain that these funds are being brought forward and trying to explain our community accounting standards when the community don't really care about accounting standards. They just want services to be delivered.
Yeah, I understand that, but doesn't the accounting standards that you refer to, the Australian Accounting Standards IFRS 14 regulation of deferral of accounts, allow for that suspension of funds?
No, it doesn't. Not because the funds are received and they're untied, so they're essentially just we have to receive them and account for them as revenue upon receipt. Okay. Under the accounting standards. And so we've had in South Australia, we have I believe it's KPMG who support the Local Government Association in developing the model financial statements. They've also reviewed and have confirmed that position. And I believe the other LGAs would have also done the same in other jurisdictions. Okay.
The next part of the question also is around those accounting standards, asking for an exemption on the depreciation of assets where the asset is obtained by a grant or part of.
Yes, Alex Mountbarker. I can understand the concept of why someone might seek that, but the concern I have is that if you remove the depreciation is not really the issue. The issue for local government is the obligation to renew or replace the asset. So unless there's not going to be the community desire and obligation to replace the asset, or the government's going to commit to replacing the asset when it reaches its end of life, I think it'd be concerning to not have depreciation applied to those assets, because that is essentially a non-cash expense on our financials. Otherwise, councils will just be reporting higher surpluses.
So how does one progress that? how do you get something? How do you make the choice as to something whether or not it's going to sit on your depreciation schedule or not? Particularly if it was obtained by a one-off grant that sits outside the council's expenditure.
Yeah, this is Alex Mountbark with District Council. Well, we're no choice. We comply with the accounting standards. So any asset that is ours and is on our balance sheet, we will depreciate and we will renew them. What we do for our financial sustainability is we have our long-term financial plans and we prepare our asset management plans. And it's through those documents we articulate to our community and we model the service levels that we will achieve and maintain throughout that period. And part of that is then consideration of when an asset will be its end of life or when it will fall below that service level, what level of intervention will occur. And so that could be that it's a straight renewal, like for like, or it could reflect the necessity to upgrade in the future. And with that, the additional funding burden that needs to be saved up and provisioned for to ensure that when it does meet its threshold date, it can be replaced.
Do you or any other councils that you're aware of use the untied funding component of FAGs to fund depreciation?
This is Alex Mountbark. Because they're untied, I don't think any council would be able to specifically state what they spend the money on, but certainly councils would be relying, especially smaller councils, would be relying on the cash flow of the financial assistance grants to be able to perform their core role. And in the region towns, especially with a lot of unsealed roads, they would be relying on it to be able to maintain those roads. So I would say that the cash flow timing and that grant would be supporting them in achieving that. But it depends on the level of assistance grants you receive. So for Mount Barker, the grant revenue we receive is a very low and a very small percentage of our total revenue. So I couldn't say that in our example it would be the case, but I know that there are some councils where grant revenue would be a very high portion, might be close to or equal to what they receive from rates.
Just to help understand proportionality, what would be your shires, and it's just indicative of all the shires, what would be the percentage of depreciation on your books at the moment as opposed to the value of your FAGs program?
I don't have the financials in front of me, but I would say that the financial assistance grants would be
nearest million, just indicative figures.
I'd say it'd probably be 10% of our depreciation would be the equivalent of what financial assistance grants are.
So if you had 10 million in FAG, you'd have $1 million of depreciation across the entire shire?
Yes, we unfortunately don't receive 10 million, but if that was the available, we would certainly welcome it. No, we grants as a total percentage of our revenue, I think, is around 5%. So we very much rely on rates and user charges, statutory charges.
Thanks for
that.
that.
About 80% of our revenue.
Yeah, thanks for that line of questioning. Can I just then we need to bring this session to a close to speak with some other LGAs, but can I ask both councils, Tea Tree and Mount Barker, to give us a breakdown of just that issue we were just talking about? So what percentage is from federal grants, what percentage is from rates, and what percentage is from other own source revenue? That'll be helpful to give us an idea of where your funding sources are from, are coming from. Really appreciate that, and really appreciate your time today. If you could send that just rough breakdown into us by the 11th of October, it'd be greatly appreciated. What we'll do is we'll send you a transcript of the evidence, in particular, Tea Tree, if you can just have a look at the first part of your evidence, because we're not sure how that's going to come out on the transcript, and feel free to, send the Secretariat a note about what you were saying if we've missed anything in the transcript, and then we can fix it up. But really appreciate your time. When you get that transcript of evidence, as I said, any transcription errors that we will fix up. Really appreciate your time, and also really appreciate your submissions. I think, Tea Tree, you're one of the first submitters from around the country out of many hundreds of
565.
of submissions.
Something like that.
Over 500 submissions. I think you're number 32. So thanks for that, and thanks very much to Mid-Murray Council. All the best with your growth. Sorry, Mount Barker.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mount Barker, not Mid-Murray.
Thank you.
Talking to Mid-Murray
Thank
next.
you. Thank you.
Good on you. Thanks very
for your
much.
time this morning as well.
You're doing them first. Yeah. All right, Mid-Murray, you're on the phone?
Mount Barker. Yes, Mount Barker.
No, Mount Barker, you're good to go. You can
Okay.
you can
Thank
you
you.
can listen in if you want, but it's Mid-Murray's go. It was great to chat with you, Alex.
I'll let them go.
Thanks very much.
Very good talking to you, Scott. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers, mate. Sorry.
Mid-Murray, Mayor Bailey, and Ben Scales are 25.
Oh, we've got that broken line again. Is that Mid-Murray? Is that Simone or is that Simone on the phone?
Yeah.
Simone, you're there. So I've just been informed that you've only got a short amount of time, so we'll go to you first. So get ready, start thinking about how you define financial sustainability for Mid-Murray and the way you measure it, and then you can make all the points that you want to make. I've just got some formalities to do first to all three councils, and we'll go to Mid-Murray first because they've got limited time. But thanks very much for your attendance, both on the phone and here in person. We, as the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, have previously resolved that this hearing will be broadcast on the Australian Parliament website, and we'll do the official transcripts of the proceedings, which we'll check with you, as I just mentioned. They'll be published on the inquiry website. Everyone here is advised that filming and recording are permitted, but we always remind media that may have tuned in to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. My name's Luke Gosling. I'm the federal member for Solomon, which is Darwin in the NT, Darwin and Palmerston in the NT. I'm the chair of the committee. Just for speed's sake, we've got Tony Passon, who's a deputy chair. He's South Australian. He's up in his home electorate. Tony Zappia, also here from Adelaide, MP for Macon, and Scott Buckholtz from South East Queensland. So we've got a lot of regional experience, and but also some city experience as well. In terms of, we want to get a better idea of how we can help make local government more financially sustainable. For the Hansard record, starting with Southern Mallee, can you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Ronald Peter Valentine, Mayor of Southern Mallee District Council.
Lachlan Hayward-Miller, CEO of Southern Mallee District Council.
Natalie K. Traeger, CEO, District Council of Robe.
Robe. How far away is Robe from Adelaide?
4 hours, 400 k's. Yeah.
400 k's. Excellent. And Simone?
Simone Bailey, Mayor of Mid-Murray Council.
Welcome, Mayor.
Girls, Chief Executive Officer of Mid-Murray Council.
Ben, thank you. Thank you all. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses of federal Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite Mid-Murray Council to make an opening statement and to reflect on that issue of financial sustainability from your perspective before we get an opening statement from the other councils and move to some Q&A. Thanks, Mid-Murray.
Good morning. I'm sorry we couldn't be with you in person today. We thank you for having us. I want you to imagine the heartbreak of deciding to stop operating a town swimming pool in a town of 3,000 people just to save $32,000. That's the decision our council made last month. Imagine the anguish of a local farmer who cancelled his car insurance to pay his council rates, only to have an accident weeks later. These are the decisions that our community face daily, decisions that weigh on our hearts and on our spirits. I hear stories like these constantly. Elderly neighbours battling cancer, cutting back on electricity because they can't afford their council rates. A woman in Manham left with $11 a fortnight for food after paying her bills. Meanwhile, our council was forced to increase rates by 6.83%, while simultaneously cutting services to remain financially sustainable. Something is deeply wrong. Our greatest challenge is a steady decline of the financial assistance grants that we receive compared to the amounts assessed by the Grants Commission as necessary to our needs. These untied funds are vital for regional councils like ours, which lack the large population base needed to generate sufficient revenue. Without this financial assistance, it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain essential services and infrastructure for our communities. Council was assessed as needing $11 million last year. Much of this is needed to maintain our extensive road network. Our road network is equivalent to driving from Adelaide to Melbourne and then turning around and going from Melbourne all the way back to Perth. That route's actually 8 kilometres short of our entire road network. We only have 10,000 ratepayers to maintain that road network, including many vulnerable ratepayers. Last year, we received $4 million in SA grants. While we are grateful for that funding, it was just 36% of our assessed needs due to federal legislation that mandates 30% of these grants being distributed per capita and the pool of funding not being large enough for the need in South Australia. That $7 million shortfall is equivalent to 44% of our rate income. The inequity is devastating. We are cutting services and disposing assets, but what happens in the coming years when there's nothing left to cut or sell? Next month, Council will consider a standpipe review with the closure of town water to a number of communities a possibility due to the unsustainable financial losses associated with maintaining this service. Standpipes are not a service that Council should be providing. However, we do as we always do and we step in when there's a community need. But unfortunately, we can't keep doing this. Our staff are wearing multiple hats. They're working long hours. They're stretched to breaking point. The recent floods, on top of ongoing financial challenges, have only made it worse. This isn't sustainable. I thank the government for this inquiry and the committee for listening. I invite you to visit Mid-Murray to see the people behind this advocacy. We need fair funding. We desperately need the federal government to help not only our community but regional communities like ours all across the country. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Can I just confirm you had 10,000 ratepayers? What's the total population in the LGA?
About 9,000.
Oh, sorry, yeah, we've got that here, 9,000. We're ageing population. Did your colleague, I mean, it's evident in your opening remarks, financial sustainability is currently difficult for your local government area. Did your colleague want to add anything to that?
Not at this point, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other general points you wanted to make, Mayor? I understand you might have to leave.
No, we can stay for about 40 minutes.
Okay, no worries. We will move to Southern Mallee District Council for an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. As a first-time councillor and mayor, I was shocked by the financial inequity that is built into the system and absolutely gobsmacked it is accepted as the norm by both levels of government and by both major parties. Being a proud Australian, uneducated academically but successful through hard work, commitment and the old Australian have-a-go attitude, I'm ashamed we are prepared to burden our children and grandchildren with such structural inequity and financial stress. This is not a new problem. It's been building over decades. Small rural councils have been forced to voluntarily degrade their assets in a vain attempt to appease ratepayers whilst complying with quite arcane government regulations, expectations and continual cost shifting. This is insidious in that it is slow and continual, and by the time the canary in the coal mine is dead, we are so deep in trouble no government is prepared to deal with it. Put simply, all councils are not alike, nor are the demands upon them or their ability to raise revenue. That is why the states have mechanisms such as the South Australian Grants Commission to work through the complexity and difference, arriving at a needs-based funding requirement. While these models are not perfect, if they were fully funded by the federal government, we would at least have solid foundations to work from. This does not have to come in the form of increased FA grant. There are options to have an additional funding stream direct from federal government to councils like LRCI or R2R, where the funds are guaranteed, have a 5-year pipeline, but have sufficient guardrails and opportunities for promotion. The time to act was 10 years ago. Our need is immediate, but there is a lot more that could be done with cost savings, shared services and the like, but we have no time to discuss this here. I do find it interesting this inquiry is the first time we have been engaged directly about sustainability in 2 years I've been in council by anybody. A couple of sayings I like: actions reflect leadership and show me, don't tell me. If not us, who, and if not now, when? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. How far from here's
200 k's.
200 k's up.
Half.
Did you want to add anything to that?
No, I'm fine, thanks, Chair.
Yep. No worries. Yeah, we'll go to you around the definition of financial sustainability and your thoughts on that. Thank you, Natalie.
Hello, Chair and members, thank you. And thank you for allowing the District Council of Robe to obviously participate in this public hearing. For those of you that don't know Robe, it's quite a unique coastal community. We have a permanent population of 1,500. We actually have more homes than people, and we have a massive 13 Airbnbs, but that does swell to 20,000 plus people during our peak tourist seasons, which we're preparing for at the moment. So obviously that dramatic increase has substantial pressure on our human resources, our public infrastructure and our service delivery. And we spend $100,000 a year in compliance, waste management and traffic control, event management, and so we don't actually get any direct revenue to offset that to the council. We are home to Long Beach, which was recently voted South Australia's best beach. Technically, we were actually voted Australia's second best beach, but we don't want to be second best, so we're saying we're South Australia's best. And for those of you who are not aware or have heard of our iconic obelisk, so we are also unfortunately home to South Australia's fastest eroding coastline, and on which precariously perches the said obelisk. It does face an uncertain future, and we do lack the resources to adapt against imminent coastal threats. Each year we mindlessly spend thousands of dollars to move sand from one end of the beach to the other, and essentially all that is a sacrificial buffer to those public homes and some public infrastructure, not our infrastructure, against winter storms. At the moment, we've just had a storm 3 weeks ago that just batters that sand away, and then we do it all again. We dredge the sand from one end and we move it to another just to protect the coastline. That is all borne by council, those costs. We, as a small regional council, I think we bat above our weight. We provide a childcare service. We fund that childcare service with, obviously, thank you to the Australian Government, some Australian Government support. But we also fully fund a visitor information centre, which we need, obviously, for our tourism visitors, but we also fund and operate a community library. We're also the only council in South Australia who owns and operates a commercial marina, and as I put into our submission, unless we sell some berths there pretty soon, that'll operate at a $2.1 million loss over the next 10 years. So ASCOSA, I'm sure you're all familiar with ASCOSA, recently indicated that our council, during its review, was potentially financially unsustainable. That is compounded by our high depreciation costs, which is 25% of our operating budget. With that small ratepayer base, we have actually limited opportunity to gouge into our ratepayers to help fund some of those deficits that we're facing. But overwhelmingly, a contributing factor for the District Council of Robe is the lack of our share of the financial assistance grant. So I'm not really, I guess, complaining about the contribution. I'm actually talking about the way that that pie is cut up. So in 2024-25, our total contribution for the general purpose and local roads is just $191,000. We are the lowest funded South Australian Council by a country mile, and I would like to call on, as part of this inquiry, a review into the methodology that actually calculated and then distributed through the Grants Commission, of course. In closing, we know that the Australian Government does play a vital role in supporting councils, particularly in the regional areas, and we'd like to take the opportunity to thank them for the support we actually do get.
Thanks very much, Natalie. Can we just go across the three councils, just the way you think about or define financial sustainability and measure?
Mid-Murray or us first?
Sorry, go ahead, Melly.
Okay.
First.
Look, I guess for us, all councils are unique. We draw 85% of our operating income, our rates base, from our primary production. Agriculture is that's what we're there for. But we have two towns, unfortunately, from previous amalgamations back in the 90s. So that attributes to our sustainability. So financial sustainability to us is to have something where we can maintain our biggest cost, which is 50% of our budget goes on roads. Our consumption of roads, because we're lucky enough to have groundwater, means that we have high agricultural output. We have a lot of centre pivot irrigation, horticulture, and it means we chew up our roads at an alarming rate. It also means we don't have rubble available because we've got water. So we pay double, our neighbouring council, double the cost of building roads because we've got to bring rubble in from outside. So we both spend $1 million to do 25 k's of road. We spend another $1 million bringing the rubble in. It consumes about 50% of our budget. So our budget's 10.3 this year. Over $5 million in total will go on roads, and we're not keeping up. We cannot keep up with the amount of consumption of the roads. The demand on the road network is growing exponentially. So is our GDP. You know, we create over 200 million of gross domestic product of agricultural product, but we don't see the benefit of that. We just see the cost of it. So for us, sustainability is we raised our rates in the past 2 years nearly 10% per year. We went 9.8 last year, 9.6 the year before, to make up for the shortfall in FA grant. Again, as Simone said, the assessed need by South Australian Grants Commission, which is just a raw calculation, that they just say, based on need, and they take into account what you charge for rates and what your road consumption is and all that sort of stuff. They said we would need $3.5 million in FA grant or federal assistance grant. Because of the size of the pie that was given, we would get 1.289. So instead of 3.5, 1.289. Now, in addition to that, to be fair, we get roads to recovery and we get local roads. If we add those into the pie, we are just over 2 million in federal money that's tied or untied. We're still 1 to 1.5 short. The cost to our ratepayers to try and make up the difference, we rate ourselves now. We were underrating, to be honest. We were behind the ball. We're now in the 75th percentile of what we're charging in comparison to all the rates in South Australia. So we're a $700,000 house is about $3,000 in rates compared to in the metro, say $1,500. Our farmers are paying $10,000 for a $3 million property, which is small, and that again puts us in that 75th percentile range. We would have to go up 60% plus to fill the gap if we don't get the right funding in support. And I guess to answer your question directly, sustainability for us is to get access to some of the $3 billion that goes into competitive grant tendering and make it available to us for renewal of current assets, because we're not looking to build anything new, bright and shiny. We only have 2,000 people spread across 5,700 square kilometres, 2 towns of 500 people. We don't need to build new things. We can't have a library and a arts thing or whatever. We need to constantly put it in roads. We're 30, our current grant, federal grant, is about 36% of our total income. Our rates are 40% of our total income. We run 2 childcare centres, which account for probably 25% of our staff and our costs. And the other number that is important is our wages. Our total wage bill, including childcare, is 40% of our total budget. So 40% goes to wages. Yeah, right. We can't. That amalgam doesn't work. I would finish by saying we're about to, unfortunately our CEO is about to leave us. We've turned him off in 12 months. So he's about to go, and he's our 5th CEO in 10 years, attracting, as I heard earlier speaker speak, attracting and retaining staff not only is unaffordable to a council of our size to get any quality staff, it's also unsustainable. We can't accommodate them. We can't support them. And if they do come and they're of the calibre we need, they're a lone soldier, and so they're so isolated because there's no one around them that is of an equal level. A person of Lachlan's calibre in a bigger council has lots of people of his level to communicate with and bounce off of. In ours, he's like a general manager of a small business in a rural community. He's it. He's it on his own. So that is also unsustainable, which is why I speak about cost, shared services and different models is really, really important. So that's our base.
Any support from the state, Ron?
Support in that the question's been asked, and at the moment, look, everyone we've met, both state and federal, ministers and premiers and whatever, have interest and say this is quite unacceptable, but to date, no action. We are trying to, I and Simone, Mayor Bailey, have been chairing or trying to get together a local network of councils to talk about sustainability, and that's on a state base for our state LGA and government. We've had a little bit of traction inside, and we're talking about the 30% per capita and how do we get rid of that, because the councils are getting $24 million of funding that they don't need, whereas it could help us a great deal. We talked about shared services, but the conversations haven't gone very far at all. And I'm not sure what it can do, but we're pursuing that ourselves. We're putting together data now to understand our road network, to understand what it's going to cost. Our costs of rebuilding roads have gone up about 53% in the last 4 years. That's outweighing by far what we're going to get the increase in R2R funding over the next 4 years is gone. It's all gone in increased cost. So what we're doing is coming up with that information to be able to talk to our constituency and say, here are our choices. Do we exist at all? Do we disappear? How do we fund our roads? Do you want to have a 60% rate increase on top of 20% and have rates that are probably, we're already 5 times the metro average, will be, 15 times? Like, that's not sustainable, but maybe that's the answer.
I'll ask everyone at the end just to give us a bit of a breakdown of what percentages of your incomes from rates and the grants.
Yeah, cool.
That's helpful info. It sounds like you really needed that increased R2R, but you're also needing some untied, some assistance through funding that you can use for different.
I think our core is we can fund running our council. So our ratepayers should and will be able to fund running the day-to-day business, running our waste services, doing our swim systems, although they're earth-shattering, really expensive. We spent $3 million on swims in the last 5 years, and we've got more to go.
On what? Sorry?
Sewerage, swims, CWMS.
Community wastewater management.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I was thinking pools, so
No.
I'm glad you asked for that.
Well, and I guess that's,
Wastewater.
Wastewater, yeah.
Wastewater.
If we're to be self-critical, we have in previous terms utilised competitive grant tendering, and we have rebuilt 2 pools, 1 in each town. Like I said, we've got 2 towns, they're 40 k's apart, half an hour, and they are historically 2 individual councils brought together. So you know what happens when you bring 2 councils together. No one's going to lose their town. Well, no one's going to lose their town. And so these pools have just been done. Well, now they're costing us, and I heard your question about depreciation, they're costing us $400,000 a year. That's 10% of our rate base to pay to have the 2 pools there. Now, I wasn't there for that decision, and as an incoming CEO, I'd say, we need 1 pool. And it's like, well, good luck with that. I can't take something away that just got done, but because that's the only funding that was available, that sugar hit's pretty appealing to people, particularly, you're out in your community, I've got this money, we've built this thing. They don't have to worry about the next 20 years of how you look after it and who makes the decision to close it. As Simone has just done in Mid-Murray, they've closed a pool in a town that is 5-6 times the size of either of ours.
Yeah, and Simone, if you don't mind me saying, because it was very strong evidence in your submission with the high rates of mental ill health,
Yeah.
Yeah, high self-harm rates and so forth. Having a lack of amenity is not helpful when you're trying to give people, not only young people, something healthy to do, but for all ages. I think pools are really important. So it's sad that you had to close that. And can I just go to what sorts of health services, if any, or health or aged care services, if any, each of your councils providing? Yeah, start with
from Mid Murray,
Simone. Yeah.
providing health or aged care. We've got a beautiful not-for-profit running an aged care, thankfully. Probably health service, we're just, trying to do any of that mental health prevention. But yeah, when we're closing pools and standpipes, it's really, really difficult. And it's my biggest concern. It's what keeps me awake at night is what we're doing to our community to keep sustainable.
So that aged care facility, Mayor, is that outreach or residential facility?
It's a residential facility, a 60 bed that's going to be increased to 80 beds.
And is that running at a profit or?
It was running at a loss. I was managing it before I was the mayor, and we've turned it around, so it's now actually profitable.
Okay. Well, that's a great community asset. Mally, did you providing any?
So we have two public hospitals, one in each town, and they both have aged care, but that's not council. We don't run that at all.
Yep.
They are both, at the moment, you can't get in. They're fully occupied. We run the two childcare centres, and there are no other. Literally, we are rates, roads and rubbish and a bit of green grass, and that's it. And childcare.
Retirement village.
Well, sorry, we do have a retirement village in Pinaroo, which is owned and operated by council and runs at a slight loss to zero. And that's, I think, 7 units.
7 units, independent living. Yeah.
No
amenities at all.
No.
Not supported, just unsupported, but a leftover of yesteryear. We used to have one in Lameroo as well, but that was taken over by SA Health some years ago as part of their suite.
Thank you. Any up your way?
Certainly, Chair. We own our medical centre, which we lease to our local health network, and Council last month just resolved to put some money on the table to recruit a GP. So I did touch on it in my submission that we were having trouble with a GP. It's not an unusual situation in a regional council to have to put ratepayer money on the table. So we're doing that at the moment and looking to recruit an international doctor that can be a GP. It's a rigorous process to actually get a GP, and there is not that many that want to come to regional South Australia. And also, like Southern Mallee, we do own a 7-unit independent living. It's run down, it's running at a loss, and it doesn't have any services attached to it. It's really just 7 ugly units that probably could be called social housing, quite frankly. And we also we run a childcare centre, and we also service the neighbouring council of Wattle Range. So we have an outreach service in Beachport and Kangaroo Inn, as well as Robe. And our council carries the burden of staffing. So in my submission, I said we're looking for a childcare manager. We're still looking for a childcare manager. So it's a difficult to. That's our workforce challenge right there. Is childcare. And obviously with the change to early education, that sort of does put some extra downward pressure in that space. So yeah, I guess they're the sort of more health and social offerings that we have at Robe.
So how far away did you say you are from Adelaide?
Well, I actually said 400 k's. It's actually 350 k's, 4 hours. Yeah, so it's 350 kilometres.
I was going to say now I'll buy land off you. I was going to say that I'll buy land off you.
Yeah, sorry, Ben. Yeah, it's 350 k's, 4 hours.
Okay. To Long Beach or so, 350 k's. We'll just go around to the other committee members quickly. Just limit it to one question, though, please, just in the interest of time. Tony Passon.
Thank you, and apologies I'm not there in person, but I couldn't be in Adelaide and get to a crisis meeting of wine grape growers on account of the frost. So I'm sitting in Renmark. to you, Ron, I hear what you say. The pool needs to be larger. The pool needs to be untied. Two questions, despite what the Chair has said. Firstly, is the cancellation of LRCI unwelcome? And secondly, given that on your assessment, on the document I've been given, Charles Sturt Council received a tick over $3 million more than it ought to have, given the minimums that are required by the legislation. Do you think that there is a role for local government within South Australia to have a conversation about the distribution as well as growing the pie?
Thanks, Tony, and appreciate you phoning in. So the answer to the LRCI, look, yes, the fact that that's disappearing, that's going to put an added hole, because I was counting that in what we get from government, and yes, it's been great for the 4 years that it's happened. Whether it's LRCI or R2R funding to us doesn't make a lot of difference, because if it came in a genuine increased R2R funding, we will be spending it on roads and we will fund the building stuff out of our own money. So either way, we just need the funding. The pie bit, absolutely. The key driver we've been doing in our piece of work with councils volunteering to be part of a roundtable on sustainability is 100% at the moment about 30% per capita, and what can we do to try and remove that. That's a federal question. State, I've put it directly to the minister to say, look, Queensland found a way around it and changed their rules, so they changed their minimum. They added more councils to minimum funding. Ours is 30% per capita should just go. I mean, ultimately, in today's age, we don't need equality, we need equity. Why would you give $24 million of that funding from the South Australian pool to councils who clearly don't need it, and it equated in Queensland to 0.2% of their revenue? It makes no sense, and it's just time for that to go. The other part that's added to that, Tony, I think, is that, and forgive me, these figures are about a year or two old, South Australia is 11% of the roads, is about 8% of the population, and we receive about 5.67%, I think, of the funding. There's a $20 million, as we've spoken about privately, there's a $20 million extra little pit that was put in there by whichever government that's non-indexed because the formula's wrong. And I would just say, can we not fix the formula? I've been told by many a person from government it can't be fixed because New South Wales or someone will try and take a bigger share. But the facts are the facts. If we've got 11% of the roads, 8% of the population, we should get whatever the formula says we should get.
Thanks, Mayor.
For the benefit of the transcript, that's the South Australian Special Local Roads Fund.
Okay, thank you. Can I just step? I'm not sure how much time you got, Mayor Bailey, but I didn't get to ask you about the mental health services. And then we'll go back to Mr. Passon's question. But what level of mental health support through either the state or the federal government services are available to your local government area, given that evidence around high levels of mental illness and distress?
Yeah, sadly there are no mental health support in our Monroe Council, the whole of the 6,000 kilometres. There's mental health support 30 kilometres from Mannum, which is our main population base, or about 50 kilometres from Morgan, the top of our council. One of our flood victims tried to get mental health support 2 weeks ago and was very desperate, and she was told there was a 20-week wait in Murray Bridge. It's very devastating.
So 30 to 50 kilometres away is the mental health support. Are there state resources that do outreach, go to people in your community?
Not that I know of. Kilometres are only from one part of our council. If I'm talking, the edges of our council area where, there is a service in another town close to the edges. But in the middle, like my Canberra Sedan, who are really, really suffering, and that's where a lot of those suicides came from, they're a lot further away from population base.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to get a better understanding of that, so thanks for that.
If I can just add to Professor Barker's, question, I've actually done the work to look at South Australian grant raw calculations versus what people have received. And if I look at the member for Barker's area, for the 10 years, these 17 councils were assessed as needing $954 million, and they only received $344 million. So they were underfunded by $619 million, which is around about 45% of their rate. If I talk about the member for Macon, this is interesting because we've got a couple of councils being overfunded, but one really significantly underfunded, and that's Salisbury, who, those are very vulnerable group of people there, and they're underfunded over that 10 years by $114 million. They were needing $183 million, and they only received $69 million, whereas the other two councils were only overfunded by $38 million. So, even his area, when you add the three together, they're significantly underfunded, and we're talking a metro area.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get that on the record in terms of the mental health facilities, but your other points are taken as well, and I'll go to Mr. Zapier in a sec. Did anyone want to make any comments about Mr. Passon's question?
Yeah, I think obviously, Chair, I touched on that. So Robe, with our 1,500 population, when the census started done in August, not only are our non-residential ratepayers not there, but our residential ratepayers are probably up in the Honourable Scott's country, going to where it's warm. So that population calculation significantly impacts on the District Council of Robe, because we've got a seasonal population of second homeowners, and then obviously when it's census time, a lot of people are seeking warmth. So a lot of our ratepayers are in neighbouring councils, they're in Burnside or Narracourt, and that population gets accredited to those councils when it comes to the distribution of the financial assistance grant.
Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Chair, had you finished your questions?
I've got more, but there are other members of the committee. If there's time remaining at the end, I'm happy to ask more.
Great, thank you. Tony, pass it. Sorry.
That's right.
Too many South Australian Tonys.
Thanks, Chair.
You can never have enough.
Thank you. And thanks for your presentations to the committee. Can I just go back to the issue of the childcare centres, which you all seem to run? Do they run at a profit, loss, or what's the situation?
For us, we try and keep it break even.
Break even?
It isn't truly, if we take into account, as Natalie said about hers, we've been trying to get a childcare director and can't get one, so our corporate services manager is managing the childcare services. So if we truly took into account the opportunity costs of what he should be doing in his role and he's not doing, then it's quite significant. They just applied for and got increased federal support through the childcare program to get it back to be kind of break even, because it was losing. But that break even also doesn't include the capital cost of us building the two centres. We did use grant money for that, but had to borrow money ourselves, so it doesn't include that either.
And sorry, Natalie? Yes,
ours is the same. We would probably run at a slight loss or break even. We don't fully cost attribute either to the running or the administration of our facility. We are sitting in a property owned by the RSL, and we move from the RSL through to the kindy, which adds a physical strain on those employees. We would like to carry the burden of a capital build if we could find a location and suitable grant funding. So that's certainly in our 4 to 10 year plan in terms of actually having a facility where we can provide childcare services and not be sitting within an RSL building or another kindy building as well.
Yeah, thank you. Simone, did you say you run a childcare centre as well, or your council?
No, we're no childcare centre. Thank goodness.
Okay, so And I don't know because I haven't done my research on this, but is there any opportunity to get any funding assistance through the Department of Health or both at state or federal level or Department of Education for running those childcare centres?
I'll ask. My understanding is no, not through health and not through education. So as the Mayor said, we do receive funding for it, and that's very much appreciated. And we're getting basically to a break-even point. Probably one of our biggest challenges, and we've reflected on that, and it's certainly part of the committee's terms of reference, is around workforce challenges. It's not just a director of childcare; it's team leaders, it's floor staff. Very, very tight. We've had to actually shut the centres on various days because we just can't staff it, which, given we are the only provider of care in our region, means that there's a bunch of primary caregivers who won't be turning up to their jobs on a certain day. They'll be at home looking after their kids, and so it has an impact right across the workforce in the district once we are unable to continue service.
And just on staffing, which we've heard continuously from councils across Australia about the difficulty they're having getting staff, particularly in the regions and country areas. Given that childcare centres are now expected to have staff that have got formal qualifications, are you entitled to apply for exemptions to that so that you can at least keep a childcare centre open if you are short-staffed?
My understanding is no. No, that they've got to either, to be on the floor, you've either got to have a Cert 3 in childcare or at least be enrolled in it. Otherwise, you can't be there. Or it's not counted for your ratios. I mean, you can have people there, but you've still got to maintain your ratios with qualified staff.
Yeah. But in the past, you didn't have to do that. In the past,
As said, I'm not aware that any exemptions are available.
It just seems to me that it would be near impossible to immediately get staff to keep a centre open if there was a shortage of staff through illness, whatever the case.
Yeah, and that happens. Yeah, absolutely.
If I could add on to that, it's also the challenge that, like most places, where our housing issue is for staff-associated housing, it's not for people that live there. And for us, Lachlan, the CEO, occupies one of our 2 council-owned houses. We've been trying to, maybe put him in a caravan because we need that to be for childcare staff. Like building houses for childcare staff, we don't have the money to do that. But without it, particularly childcare staff who are predominantly single, female, younger, vulnerable people, we can't just be putting them out in the public domain with someone else. We've got some due diligence and responsibilities under that.
Getting back to the financial assistance grants, have there been any discussions within the LGA about a reallocation of those grants, so that, because it seems to me that there are too many examples of councils who don't get what I believe is a fair amount of the pie, and others get perhaps more than they need. I mean, it would seem to me that to win that argument with both the state and the federal government, you would first have to have a united position from the LGA. Has that been started, or is that occurring?
I think if I can speak to it, certainly the work that Mayor Bailey and I have been doing about trying to get the councils together is that the formula, so that each state has their own grants commission and their calculation. It's flawed, but it's at least a base, and it takes into account things. It has issues in it like ROBE. ROBE are quite peculiar, and so they are. But in the sense of that they have individual circumstance.
Yep.
The rest is pretty, the ones that it says is kind of what it says is reasonably true. So we getting councils to voluntarily give up funding is not only problematic, but you've got to, and that's what we're trying to do with the 30% per capita, because we've taken that to the state government. The state government has said not happening. You need to have a broad-based approved thing through the LGA across both metro and rural to be able to have a hope of changing anything with that. They can't change the Act. The Act is federal. You can remove it from the Act, and that puts 24 million back into it. Those councils will not get that funding. You can do that straight away. The pie after that and changing the formula, that's each grants commission thing. And yes, we have made representations to them. They are up for 10-year review or past a 10-year review. Could that change? Absolutely. My position is it seems like both levels of government, state and federal, are asking us, the least capable, the least resourced, You know, I'm a mayor of a level 5 council. I get $28,000 a year, no superannuation, and I'm putting in like 4 days a week. Now, I can afford to do it, and I'm doing that because I care about my community, but that's not right when there's a whole public service and a series of people employed to do the work, and yet we've got to bring we've got to herd the cats and come to you with a finished solution, either state or federal. I don't see that as right. This is a legislation and a law position, not us trying to get people to voluntarily give some up. It did happen in Queensland, kudos to them. It might not be perfect, but what they did, that started in 2019, I think, culminated in 22 or 3 and started to be implemented over 5 years, whereby they increased the number of minimum per capita councils, and they took the money they saved there and redistributed it to the other councils, primarily to the small and regional councils that needed it most. That's a big ask, trying to ask the people involved who are receiving the money to make their own decisions, and we're doing it now. We've got some metro councils who say, yes, we think you're right, we'd be happy to take that position on, and we've got others, hell no, you know.
So how would you describe that from like a bottom up?
Yeah, well, we're being asked to be the government and give the government a position to deliver, and I mean, I don't know what that is. It's a grassroots. I mean, my position is personally is really simple. We've spent 18 months advocating for this, gone through from the Prime Minister to the Premier to this inquiry. I'm awaiting the response now of this inquiry. This is the end of my advocacy. 18 months is a long slog. Mayor Bailey is pulling her hair out. If advocacy doesn't work and there is no pliable position or reasonable position from the government or the alternative government, because election's coming up, and not an election promise that doesn't get delivered but an actual change, then we have to move from advocacy to how do we fund and come up with a national campaign to try and force change. Because to us it's simple, it's logic, but it doesn't seem to be logic everywhere. And that is just saying if there's $3 billion, so you spend $6 billion a year, regardless of Labor, Liberal, doesn't matter. $6 billion, 1% of taxation goes into funding local government. 50% of that goes into FA grant funding, untied funding. The other 50% or $3 billion goes into all kinds of different grant funding. All we're saying, and that's competitive grant funding primarily for upgrades or new things. And we're simply saying there is an amount of that money that would be apportioned in the calculation for councils like all of ours that are in stress, particularly regional, rural and remote councils that just cannot, no matter what they do, fund their own sustainability. There's an amount of that, let's say it's $700 million, just take that $700 million out of competitive tender grants, put it into either increased FA grant for those councils that need and say who they are. You can do that federally even, it doesn't have to go through the states, use the same type of formula and make that accessible to us and we just get it. I don't mind it being semi-tied, so because we only need it for renewal of infrastructure, roads and buildings and waste services and dams and all that sort of stuff. That's all we will ever spend it on. But it also means that you have a program like LRCI where we tell you what we're going to spend it on, you approve it, you also get the opportunity to say we've put our money there so it can align with your goals and ambitions of building better regions, better communities, because our community needs roads, it needs a stormwater dam, it needs different things to Teachery Gully who wants to increase arbours to look after trees. That's not, they should, that's what their community needs. It's different. It is absolutely.
The flexibility is what you...
The letter I sent to the Prime Minister was to say, we don't begrudge growth communities. That is absolutely where your focus should be, but it shouldn't be at our cost. We need to exist as well. It's just we'll spend our money on a road that's going to continually get renewed.
Have you worked out how much? Sorry, Tony.
No,
have you worked out how much output comes from your LGA in terms of all that farming?
We're a bit over 200 million in farming GDP. I'm about to do a piece of work personally, so I've created a spreadsheet. Council has allowed it to be on the website through the chamber, and I've offered I'll go out to each farmer if they need to with help, because we've got to try and find out what our road network is carrying in tonnage for inputs and outputs. Because the difference between horticulture and dry land is that's happening on a continuous cycle all year. You know, potato crops aren't, you know, they're much quicker. Whereas dry land was like one season. You sow, you reap, or hopefully reap. So we got to understand that load.
Thank you.
Chair,
Go for it.
I'm very keen to understand the Queensland example for the benefit of the committee's deliberations. So, Ron, you've indicated that it's a matter for legislation, federal legislation, to effectively change the minimum rate councils. Has that occurred in Queensland? And when you say legislation, do you mean legislation per jurisdiction? Because I'm just struggling to understand how that could have changed in Queensland at a federal level, but not be applicable in other jurisdictions. I want that. And secondly, I attend local government conferences regularly. I attended the ALGA conference. I sat there. And whilst there was a call for 1%, sure, overwhelmingly what I heard at that conference is, look, we need to get better at making the distributions, large councils versus small councils. And I look around the room, and as someone who in politics has learned how to count, there's a lot more small councils than there are big councils, as there are in South Australia. I mean, there's 68 local government authorities in South Australia and a handful of them in the city. So why isn't local government, why isn't the rural, regional, remote sector in local government effectively developing a policy position through the SALGA that this is what they're going to do? And whether the large councils like it or lump it, they can't change the position of the SALGA because it's been arrived at democratically.
So the answer to the first question is Queensland didn't change the federal Act or the way they interpret it. So the 30% minimum per capita still exists in Queensland. What they did was voluntarily through their LGA add more councils, so they changed their internal mix to make more councils be on the minimum per capita, and they took the money they saved and put it on, and that's available through LGA Queensland's website, that whole policy document.
Thank you. We'll get that.
Yep. So
which means it could be done at an SALGA level too.
It could be, but what you've got to do is get enough people on board, as opposed to just changing the Act so that you don't require 30% minimum per capita. Because it's the same outcome. Yeah. You're getting people to change.
I understand the argument. I'm trying to understand the architecture of how we might arrive there.
So they did that, and so in answer to the, I've got to remember the second question now.
It's the democracy question within the SALGA.
Yep. So the LGA in SA, the metros get a weighted vote factor, so they get, I think, 3 to 1. So we get 1 vote, they get 3 votes, I think it is.
Based on population?
I think so, yeah. And but even then, if all regional, rural and remote councils voted as a block, we would still outvote the metros. The problem is that will never happen, because particularly in your growth councils, the competitive tender grants, they can fight for them. They have people on staff. They've got the finances to back that up, the most of them, not all of them. And that money is really important to them. So they will not risk rocking the boat. Every time, if you engage a consultant to talk about advocacy for government, the first thing they say is don't upset them, don't say anything negative, don't do anything bad, as opposed to question time in Parliament. And so people have said to us quite clearly they agree with the position, but they will not take it up and they will not vote with it because they need to have a good relationship with the government.
No, I appreciate that. Sorry, Deputy Chair, not to cut you off. I did have a question for Robe after.
Just one last question. Natalie, the money you're putting into getting a doctor, again, has there been any opportunity for you to apply to the Health Minister for some funding for that?
No, and largely because that is a private health practice, so it's not a, you know.
But even so, I thought the Rural General Practitioners Association, Rural Doctors Association.
Sorry, they are, yes, sorry, there is a matching contribution from them, and I think it's called the regional, I can't remember the acronym, but it's a regional, and it's only available in South Australia, I believe. Yeah, but I'm unaware of what they're putting into it as well. But it's certainly not a core state government funding application that we've been seeking.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, sorry, I just had one for Robe as well, just in relation to that marina that you own. It's operating at a loss. Is there a financial strategy for increasing user charges or what have you on the holidays?
Yeah, certainly. So we've just purchased a new straddle lift carrier which lifts the commercial boats out, and that was a $700,000 spent. So we have increased the lifting fees on that. And since we did the submission, we have now got a resolution afoot to sell 40 berths. So, but we have to do a series of dredging and dredging management plan in the marina before we can do that. And as an example, a simple process of getting a sediment analysis to prepare for dredging is around the $50,000 mark. And we anticipate that a dredging campaign within that marina could be upwards of $2.2 million. And so because the dredging guidelines have changed and we haven't dredged within the marina in the last 5 years, we will need to do a dredging management plan, which is an EPA regulation. So we're dredging at the moment, but only in the channel. And that's only as the entrance into what we call the lake, or the Lake Butler Marina. So the cost of setting up ready for sale so that you are in a less risk scenario about the condition of the berth that you're selling, that has a reasonably large expenditure outlay in terms of dredging and preparing for sale. But that's certainly what we are doing. We are looking at the administration and sinking fees, the straddle lift carrier fees and berth sales to be able to add to the revenue of that particular facility.
Just out of interest, do you know what weight your boat lifter can lift?
Yes, I heard that yesterday. I believe would I be out of the realms if I said around the 400 kilogram mark? Is that too low? Too low. Sorry, 4 tonne. Sorry.
4 tonnes sounds about right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forgot the zero. It's about 4 tonne.
It's not the Port of Darwin. It's not the Port of Darwin, Chair.
But yeah, we need some solutions for the smaller boats as well. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Any additional time, Chair? I just want one question answered, if I could.
There's a couple of minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Team, we're doing a lot of talking about revenue from federal government. What revenue streams does local government get from the state government? And secondly, we talk a lot about cost shifting, although we haven't mentioned it much in this discussion. Is the weight of cost shifting coming from the state government authorities or the federal government authorities? Where's the balance in that? Is it mostly coming from the state, mostly coming from the feds? Tell me. And can you give me specific examples of cost shifting from the federal government, if there are any?
I'll just say to each council, just try and make your answers quick.
Cost shifting is state, not federal. And is there anything coming from state government? No.
Some services, but not.
I mean, we're required to do things for state government, but funding streams, I'm not aware of any funding streams that we access or utilise. It is us and federal government together, distributed through state. That's it.
Thanks, Melly. Rob?
My answer would be similar. So our rates in 24-25 are 7.14 million. Our operating grants are 367,000. Of that, I told you that 191,000 was from the financial assistance grant. The balance is probably our grant to run our childcare centre, which is also through the Australian government. So I'd suggest not much from the state government. So yeah, that I know you were going to ask that breakdown. So that is our breakdown of rates versus grants.
Thank you. And have we still got Mayor Bailey on the line?
Yes, I'm about to leave, but yeah, my answer would be similar. Very minimal grants from the state government, but lots of cost shifting from the state government. We run water standpipes, water schemes, our septic swim systems, you name it. We end up running it because the state has pulled out and our community still wants it. We are cutting back on that, but we just can't continue to do that. And thank you, everyone. I really have to go. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mayor. We're just about there anyway, so you won't be missing much. But can I just say to you quickly, if you could get that information, just a rough breakdown of where your funds are coming to from your local government area, if you can, and can everyone provide any additional information by the 11th of October to the Secretariat, please. And we'll send you a transcript of today so that you can just check that for accuracy and just let us know if there's anything that needs amending in your evidence from today. Just get back to the Secretariat with anything that you wanted to amend. But I really appreciate the frank conversation. It's been fantastic. Really appreciate your time and wish your councillors all the best. Final thought, Mayor?
Can I just add one thing while Tony's still on there? Look, for us, we've categorised it. Saving the day for today is more money from the federal government. That absolutely doesn't diminish our argument with the state government about cost shifting and so on, but that doesn't save us. That helps us. The only thing that saves us is access to this funding gap between the assessed need and the other one, and that's the big ticket item. That's $1.5–2 million. Certainly pursuing the other, it won't be one or the other, it's all of them. We're trying to tackle everything.
Yeah, that's understood.
Ratepayers paying more money.
Yeah,
because they have to.
that's understood. It's important we understand needs to be a holistic approach.
Certainly does. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Cheers. Now call representatives from the City of Mount Gambier, the District Council of Grant and the Kingston District Council.
We just have Kingston here in person.
Lovely to see Kingston here in person. We got Mayor Martin on the phone from Mount Gambier.
Yes, you do. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. And have we got the District Council of Grant on the phone?
Yes, you've got Mayor Kylie Boston and CEO Darryl Wicker.
Mayor.
And City of Mount Gambier CEO Sarah Philpott.
Great. I'll get you all to formally introduce yourselves in a minute, but thanks for joining us. So Kingston, coastal town. Is that where Amanda?
She's Kings Coast. She's Kingston, the electorate, but Kingston is in the southeast.
Different.
There are lots of Kingstons in South Australia, Chair. There's Kingston Southeast, Kingston on Murray. There's a federal seat of Kingston. Yeah. It's all fun.
Fantastic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee's public hearing here in Adelaide with our inquiry into financial sustainability of local government. We resolved as a committee in 2022 that our hearings would be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings are then published on the inquiry website. And you may have just heard me explain to the previous local government areas that there is a chance to check the official transcripts with the Secretariat after today's session. And those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, and we always remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. My name's Luke Gosling. I'm the federal member for Solomon, which is Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory, and the fella, Vaben Solomon, that the electorate's named after, I just saw this morning in a park here in Adelaide, a bust of his head. So he was from the Solomon family that hailed from Adelaide. So there goes a bit of trivia. For today, he come up from Adelaide, went up the track and was an entrepreneur up in the NT. Deputy Chair.
Hello, ladies.
We've got one gentleman here with us, Mr. Ian Hart from Kingston.
Good morning.
Hello, Ian. How you going? Ladies and Ian, obviously Tony Passon. Apologies I'm not there in person, Ian. I'm in the Riverland. We've got an emergency meeting of growers that have been frosted up here in the Riverland. I couldn't be in both places, so I'm just trying to juggle it a little bit. These are three local, as the last word, Mayor, these are three local government areas in my electorate. So lovely to have you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Tony Zappia, federal member for Macon. Thank you.
Great. So for the Hansard record, and we'll just do it in this order if we can, Mount Gambier, Grant, and then Kingston. If you can just please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee, please.
Yes, good morning. I'm Mayor Lynette Martin of the City of Mount Gambier. Hello, good morning. Sarah Philpott, CEO, City of Mount Gambier.
Good morning, Kylie Boston, Mayor of the District Council of Grant.
Darryl Wicker, CEO for the District Council of Grant.
And Ian Hart, CEO of Kingston District Council. Mayor Pope sends his apologies. He's at a remembrance service for the brevet sergeant that was killed last year.
Yeah, it's National Police Remembrance Day today. So that's at the Academy here in Adelaide. They're doing a big service. But where is your mayor?
Gambier.
In Mount Gambier. Right. And we, always thank police for their service. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you all that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective Houses of Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, and we'll go in that same order before we proceed to a discussion. And just something to think about, my first question after the opening statement, and feel free to include it in the opening statement if you so choose, is we're asking all local governments about how they define financial sustainability in their local government area and how they measure it. So that crucial issue that we're delving into in this campaign. So thanks, Mayor and or CEO of Mount Gambier.
Right, thank you. The City of Mount Gambier is South Australia's second largest city. We provide services to the Limestone Coast and cross-border community. Our catchment is around 130,000 people, much wider than our 28,000 residents. This places pressure on Council's assets and services from a small rating base of over 14,700 properties. Council holds $400 million worth of assets. Our infrastructure is ageing and costly. Depreciation is around $11 million per annum. We need to invest more, and there is a gap in our renewal capacity. Council's Wollonga Recreation and Convention Centre was built with federal and state grants of $25 million. Our neighbours DC grant contributed $375,000. The remainder of the construction budget of $66.8 million has been funded by Council. This results in depreciation of $1.7 million and interest of $1.7 million per annum. Wollonga is exceeding our expectations in attendance and performance. However, it also demonstrates the ongoing cost for Council, which places constraints on our financial capacity. Grant funding options that support renewal and maintenance of facilities and untied operational funding provide Council with the most flexibility and underpin financial sustainability. Roads to Recovery and local roads and community infrastructure funding have been essential in assisting Council to meet our road maintenance obligations. Increases to funding for roads is essential. Council supports the ALGA call for a return to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue for financial assistance grants. We understand that this position is unlikely to achieve bipartisan support. We ask that you note that the financial assistance grants make a significant difference to financial sustainability for regional councils, given our relatively low population and rating base. We seek options for an overall increase in untied funding. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'll call on CEO Sarah Philpott to respond to your question.
Can I check whether you would like to hear from the other councils first and then have us answer the question, or would you like me to do that now?
If you can do that now, that'd be good. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So the question was about defining financial sustainability and how we measure it. So for us, financial sustainability is about the appropriate management of public funds to deliver services for public good. And that management means that we need to be working within a balanced budget and basically not living beyond our means effectively. Now that's complicated in the context of having intergenerational assets, so we will also borrow appropriately to ensure that we can deliver those assets. We measure our financial sustainability against a number of key ratios, and those ratios are our operating positions, so looking to have an operating surplus ratio, our net financial liabilities ratio, and also our asset renewal funding ratio. And as the committee would be aware, of course, that holding of assets means that we also need to manage depreciation and renewal of assets over the longer term. So they're the component parts that we see. And at the end of all of that, the reason we do all of that, of course, is for services and facilities on behalf of our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mayor Boston?
Yes, good morning. The District Council of Grant are addressing key challenges facing regional local councils. We're a small council with a population of around 9,000 residents. We're also a border community with coastal and river communities as well. And we operate the airport and the sail yards. Our challenges are around the workforce stability, sustainability. The council is grappling with skill shortages in specialised roles, exacerbated by housing issues and limited medical services. We advocate for enhanced rural workforce incentives, particularly through remote living taxation relief. Infrastructure and asset management. The council faces high costs in managing local road networks, community wastewater systems and waste management. We request increased untied federal government funding, aiming for at least 1% of the Commonwealth tax revenue. Alternatively, greater support for regional councils is urgently required. The Mount Gambier Regional Airport is vital for regional travel. Council suffered an 85% decline in passenger levies during COVID-19, resulting in $1 million operational loss. Council currently has exposure to $2 million capital costs for screening and unpaid debt of $250,000 from the Rex Voluntary Administration. Council called for reinstating the Regional Airport Security Screening Fund to alleviate financial pressures and fair contributions to the operational costs of screening, as current arrangements provide disproportionate costs and high prices for regional air travel. The local sail yards contribute around $120 million annually to the economy, but require urgent upgrades due to compliance costs. Financial support from state and federal governments is crucial for this modernisation. The depreciation effects that council is facing through operational deficits due to high depreciation rates, 100%, while our airport and sail yards rely on 75% co-funding for future asset replacement. Council urge a review of depreciation methods for significant assets which rely on grant funding for renewal, such as airports, ideally to align depreciation to the real estimated renewal costs of, for example, 25% of the replacement value. The local roads and community infrastructure program has been beneficial for the local economy and livability of our communities. We request its reinstatement. In conclusion, the District Council of Grant seeks increased incentives to rural workforce taxation relief, additional untied federal grant funding with greater distribution to our regional councils, support for airport security costs and measures to address excessive depreciation costs to sustain their operations effectively. And I'll also ask our CEO to answer those same questions if that's okay. Thank you.
Sure, Darryl Wicker here. I just echo the statements of Sarah Philpott from the City of Mount Gambier. The only thing that I would add to that is that sustainability is about the direct retention of services and facilities and human rights, so that that isn't lost as a result of not being able to afford, and it's also contingent on the affordability of our residents. And in South Australia, there is an oversight commission called SCOSA, Essential Services Commission of South Australia, and by and large, they are finding out that and publishing publicly that the majority of regional councils are deemed unsustainable.
Thank you. Kingston?
Thank you, Chair. At Kingston, we are focused on renewal of assets and delivering normal services. Staffing levels and costs as a percentage of overhead are low. The SA challenge for regional councils is we have large geography, many hundreds of kilometres of road networks, mostly unsealed, and conversely have very low population bases. Depreciation, in our case, is 30% of our annual budget, or the equivalent of 55% of rate revenue. A regional ratepayer is likely going to be paying double that of a metropolitan ratepayer on capital value and also higher statutory charges such as landscape levies. It's very difficult for regional councils to compete for talent against metropolitan offerings. Compliance, legislative requirements continue to grow. Contractor materials and other operating costs are rising above CPI, which councils cannot control, and yet expectations of councils by their communities is as high as it's ever been. The cost to maintain jetties, boat ramps, marinas, foreshore environments and other amenity to support tourism and visitation is becoming unsustainable. In our council, we spent $1 million early in 2024, that's about 10% of our total annual budget, on dredging to maintain the Cape Jaffa Marina, which supports both recreational and commercial fishing, and we are still not ahead of the curve on that natural phenomenon of sand migration. Coastal erosion, rock walls, sand nourishment is a cost that's hard to predict, subject to sudden change and always of great concern, and we need help in this area. So I'll just move to 5 quick solutions. Ensure that no council is worse off. However, quarantine additional money for low-density population councils so they can remain viable. The per capita component of financial assistance grants formula is flawed, and without discounting the challenges of metro councils, an additional $250,000, for example, of annual revenue would be impactful in making a small council more sustainable, while to a metro council would be negligible in their overall budget, programs and staffing structures. A program that better supports the high costs associated with coastal management. Please maintain the Roads to Recovery and LRCI support programs that we would be lost without. And by the way, thank you. And finally, assist councils to identify any revenue-making opportunities, possibly in a cooperative style approach, the village supporting the village concept. And if anyone has an answer to that, it will create better regional communities that are more self-sufficient. The only one I know of is the IGA at Norseman in WA. We can talk about that if you would like to. In relation to how do we define sustainability, so it's predicated on a long-term financial plan so that that is realistic and delivers the services to your community that they wish in an efficient way. As my colleague said, SCOSA are doing reviews of councils every year. We were in the first tranche and we were considered to be on the brink of unsustainability. I think if they're now doing us again, they might consider we are unsustainable. Our long-term plan is in deficit all the way through. I've only been at Kingston 8 months, but we are at the point where we need to tell our community we're in trouble, and the only way out of it, in the absence of any other funding stream, is we'll be going into budget repair, and it means double-digit rate increases for multiple years. You can imagine how that is already sitting in the community, particularly with primary producers who have got capital values that have gone bonkers and a challenging council around the value of the rates they pay. And that's a whole different conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Hart. Can you just remind me of the Mayor's name?
Jeff Pope.
Mayor Pope.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for recording his apologies, and thanks for that opening statement. How far away from here are we talking?
Like 3 hours.
3 hours?
Nearly 300 kilometres down at the start of just past the Coorong.
Yep. And that marina is owned by the council?
No, yes, the marina, it's a Cape Jaffa, was the Cape Jaffa development, which essentially was a flawed development. The GFC probably has made it very, very difficult. There's only a small number of homes against the aspiration of 600. There was always going to be a point where council, the responsibility for managing sand management there migrated to council several years ago. and we spent $1 million earlier this year, and the storms 3 weeks ago have basically made all that work redundant. And we're now working with a number of engineers around what are we going to do there. It's killing our community and our budget.
And so, what's the name of the SA government department that you liaise with?
We would be talking to Department of Infrastructure and Transport and their marine engineers, but we're also seeking external engineering advice from a number of companies, including Maritime Constructions, who do a dredging program. We had done a 10-year dredging program, which we thought we could manage, but when you get another severe storm with 7-metre swells, 5 months after you've spent all the money to try and get ahead of the game, and it's completely wrecked it.
Thank you. Just in relation to roads to recovery is being increased by the federal government. LRCI, you mentioned, has been discontinued, but I guess that is part of the role of our inquiry, is to look at how the federal government can assist with financial sustainability.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Please, thank you, Chair. All of our councils are primarily focused on renewal, not new things, because we don't want to take on the maintenance and the depreciation costs. The only thing we've done in the last period, re the LRCI, was a pump track for our youth that was badly needed, fully funded, great project, but of course we'll have to take that onto our books and manage. But we could manage with that one. But to do anything innovative in that space, we do rely on a funding stream to do it. And the roads to recovery is a godsend for councils with large road networks.
Can I just ask how much that pump track?
It was 170,000.
170 grand, yeah. We won't go into it now, but maybe we'll take it on notice and have a chat when we break. But did you say the IGA at Norseman is community owned?
Yes, I think it's 2 years ago. The council there, I think the IGA may have been going to close, and the council made the decision to purchase it.
The council?
For $1.3 million. Please, I'll be corrected on my figures.
Yep.
And I understand in the first month they made nearly $250,000 profit. And this is about the community shopping at that particular site, and the money then being able to go back to the community by better services or not putting their rates up to levels that they can't deal with.
It's interesting. Have you got an Aldi in your local government area?
No, we don't. No.
Do any of the local governments online have an Aldi?
Yes, the City of Mount Gambier does.
Mount Gambier's got one. And what's your population?
City of Mount Gambier, around 28,000. But that's the city itself. As we identified, our broader cross-border population is around 130,000.
In the broader area.
And if I may say, Sarah here, our neighbours who are in the room with us, District Councillor Grant, completely surround the City of Mount Gambier, so the population
9,000.
9,000. So the greater Mount Gambier area has that wider catchment in terms of those shopping facilities as well as other services.
Great. Thanks very much for that. And with your indulgence on going down that, I'm trying to get an Aldi to Darwin, and just interested in who's got them and how. We are a bigger city, but obviously there's a lot of logistics required to get the trucks all the way up the Stewart Highway to us. Anyway, I digress. But it's very interesting, and well done to that local council for taking on that. But it's and to see that it's made a good initial profit. Did anyone, just starting with Mount Gambier, going to Grant and then to Kingston, just want to reflect on the formula for the way that federal grants are distributed? We've had some evidence to say that, and we just heard some then from Mr. Hart from Kingston, around the big difference that a relatively small amount of funding would make to a smaller council area, where it, with parking meters and so forth in metro areas, that amount of money is much smaller part of their pie. Did anyone want to just expand on that and perhaps suggest a different way, in your view, a more equitable, fairer way of distributing grants? Because there's obviously two things that is open to the federal government. There's many things open to the federal government, but in terms of a quantum of untied federal grants, but also a different distribution methodology working with states and territories. So just a general question, but do you have any thoughts on that, Mayor, in Gambia?
Thank you, Sarah Philpott, CEO at Mount Gambier, to start with. This comment is more about the nature of the grant. So as you mentioned, the untied nature of the financial assistance grant is a significant benefit. Many other grant programs, of course, are for capital and for new, and we are particularly interested in that untied. We're aware, of course, that it's very difficult to pick winners in terms of a redistribution of an existing amount of funding. And so I suppose the question we're asking is if the overall pool of funding for financial assistance grants were increased, whether there can be a proportionately larger amount of the additional which might be able to be directed towards regional communities, just reflecting, as Mr. Hart said, the impact is quite significant for regional communities. So our federal grants equate to about, our grants and subsidies equate to about 12% of our overall revenues. So any increase in that makes a significant difference, particularly in our asset maintenance. So I'll hand over to Mr. Wicker from DC Grant.
Thank you, Sarah Wicker, District Council of Grant. We also look at the statements that we request a total increase to untied, and primarily that goes towards rural and regional councils. The problem I see with the current formula is nobody really can quantify, know or understand the formula. It is directed by different attributes, and we'd humbly request that some of those attributes are towards essential services, like regional airports. That probably is an example of where the federal government used to own and maintain those assets that have been pushed onto regional communities. The cost of airfare in regions is unsustainable and deterrent to regional travel. Also, those other attributes should be considered, should be coastal as well, coastal communities as well. And that's probably where we stand. 15% of our revenue is the financial assistance grant. So it's a significant portion, and I would think that as Kingston articulated earlier, having something around the population size and the degree of percentage of revenue to really funnel the support where it is needed.
Thank you, Mr. Wicker. Did you want to add anything, or you?
Yeah, just very quickly, Chair. Obviously, to soften the blow in any reallocation, it would be easier if there's a bigger quantum of funds so that nobody's worse off. But if funds were able to be directed to the smaller councils, particularly low density, those that have got large infrastructure, as my colleague talked about, airports, and particularly coastal issues that are becoming such a burden on small councils, that would be a good way to be looked at. I think the previous session, Mayor Valentine talked about the peculiarities of the funding or the calculations that are done, and I think that probably needs a good hard look.
Thanks. Are you suggesting that the marina, like an airport, is an essential service if that frame was put on it?
Well, we know not only recreational but commercial fishermen are using a particular marina, but it's also rock wall reinforcement, sand nourishment, so that your communities are protected along those coastal environments. Jetties are such a well-loved asset that, in a population of 2,500, we've got more than 70,000 visitors using it because we've got counters on it. There's no contribution, of course, from those people, even though they're adding to the economic benefit of our township. They're big costs for small councils in small budgets to be able to manage, and you only need one catastrophe to put you on the back foot.
Indeed. So we were down in Launceston in Tasmania a couple of days ago, taking evidence down there, and Flinders Island sort of reflected on the issues that they've got with their airport that they've got responsibility for running. And same issue when you're on a small island, but wherever you are, whether you're in a city, which is kind of almost like an island away from a capital city, the airport is very important, but I understand that with coastal communities, marinas are pretty essential as well.
Yes. Grant have managed the commercial airport at Mount Gambier. The airport at Kingston is used primarily by the Royal Flying Doctor Service.
Medical evacuation.
Yes. And we depreciate it, we look after it. The reality is we'll probably never upgrade unless we get a fully funded grant to renew it.
Right, yeah. But is that fit for night operations?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Thanks. I've got some other questions, but we've got the Deputy Chair on the line. I'll hand to you, Tony.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of things, team. I presume from what I'm hearing, the loss of LRCI is unwelcome.
Yes, that's right. If I might, Sarah here again from the City of Mount Gambier. Yes, certainly that funding stream made a significant difference for us and I'm sure for our colleagues as well. We were able to invest in roads and other community infrastructure. So it's certainly a welcome grant funding stream. And I think one of the key things here is roads to recovery, LRCI, and again the federal assistance grants helping with the fundamentals of our asset maintenance and management obligations. If I might just very quickly, Mr. Passon, you'll be aware of Wollongong, of course, our Recreation and Convention Centre. We're very grateful for capital grants for that project. And the City of Mount Gambier, of course, funded the remainder of that project. But as a consequence, we not only have the operating costs for that, but also depreciation and interest. So that's a capital that allows us to do new assets, but that opportunity around financial assistance grants and projects like programs like local roads and community infrastructure means we can maintain in the longer term, which is essential for all of our assets. And I think Mr. Wicker also wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Darryl Wicker, District Councillor Grant CEO. Just to give you some examples, we used that money very effectively. It boosted local stimulus to the economy, helped recover from COVID, but we used it for lighting, toilet replacement, shed parks, bikeways. We upgraded all of our playgrounds, so reinvested in the existing infrastructure, not new, put in skate parks. We used it for street furniture and disability inclusion and reconstruction of a number of roads that had safety concerns as well. So we're a very effective delivery partner, and that aid in those in the livability of communities, particularly regional communities, is very highly valued. And without that, our operational deficits would have been exacerbated because we actually use that for renewal. So it was a very, very important untied funding where all of our community benefited across the country, I would say.
Can I just go to depreciation? I wonder if you can make a comment about this. I mean, if I can give the example of the airport, and the Mount Gambier Airport's not dissimilar to many airports around the country that are run by the local government authority. As I understand it, Darryl, you have to report depreciation for that asset in full, right? You know, in accordance with the accounting standards, right? But the reality is there is no way that significant upgrades to that airport would take place without a partnership between local, state and federal government, as it's happened in the past, given the new terminal, et cetera, et cetera. Do you mind commenting about whether we should be a bit more astute about the depreciation question? In the case of Wollongong, for the City of Mount Gambier, a $60-odd million project, City of Mount Gambier now has to account for all the depreciation, despite the fact that $25 million of that project came from the federal government. And if something substantial were to happen out there in the future, it would be on most likely a partnership basis. I'm just I'm interested in this question because we keep hearing from everyone about the need to account for depreciation, and that putting real pressure on budgets.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Paston. Darryl Whittaker here, talking about the airport and also our sale yards first. We certainly requested that we are able to review depreciation for essential services. Certainly, like an airport is an essential service, and I think that is already broadly recognised across government. We have to the effect of having 100% depreciation against an asset that will only ever renew at, say, a 25% ratio. That will be 25% from state and traditionally 50% from federal government. Yet we carry 100% of the depreciation burden, which means councils have operational deficits year on year, which are not tolerable by community nor state government or SCOSA. So it actually puts upward pressure on rates and affordability. To be able to match the depreciation against the estimated replacement value that council would actually be exposed to, which is around that 25%, would be beneficial and aim in our overall sustainability. Because in order to break even, you need to absorb the depreciation, plus you need to be able to put money into your operations as well. The nature of grant funding from both federal and state is really towards capital and new, which means that depreciation burden just continues. And again, you're doing that at 100%. So we would really think that there are opportunities to work with depreciation on those state and Commonwealth significant assets.
So Darryl, Ian and ladies, just on that, I'm the lawyer, ex-lawyer, now politician. I'm not the accountant. Would that just be a matter of changing the accounting standards for local government on that basis? Is that how you would achieve that outcome? Because you make a lot of sense, Darryl. If going forward the council's only likely to be responsible for 25% of the capital, why is it responsible for 100% of the depreciation?
Yeah, Darryl here again. Yeah, in my opinion, the accounting standards already offer different pathways for commercial activities and for not-for-profits. It probably doesn't single council out otherwise being part of that non-for-profit. But I think with the appropriate checks and balance in statute and legislation that around that essential service type criteria, it can be achieved relatively quickly. It's literally a change to the standards is probably all that is required. Alternatively, working through agencies such as the Financial Management Group and the Auditors Group of South Australia, I'm sure they're the same in other states, could also be a way of moving forward on this issue.
And if I might add to that on two fronts. Tony, Sarah here again from City of Mount Gambier. So we do get a standard that we're required to adhere to from a sector-wide perspective. So I agree with Darryl's comment that whether there's a potential change to the standard that we're required to adhere to, that may be a solution. I just wanted to come back to the depreciation issue and just using Wollonda as an example. So just for the committee, Wollonda's total construction budget is $66.8 million. That includes the professional services. So the physical build, $62.5 million, of which 25 mil came from federal and state, and our neighbours, DC Grant, also made a contribution, so the remainder has fallen to council. So our depreciation annually on Wollonda is $1.7 million. Now, the committee may not be aware that as part of borrowing a significant amount, given that that is large borrowings for a council of our size, our financial partners ask us to agree a set of financial indicators that we must meet in order to meet our loan servicing obligations. So they are about an operating, those measures I mentioned to you before about financial sustainability, we're actually measured against in terms of our loan borrowings. So we have to get back into a surplus position by 2027. And our operating position is influenced by depreciation. So our $1.7 million depreciation for Wollonda and our additional depreciation means our total depreciation is over 11 million. Now, for us to get back into surplus, which we have to as part of our loan conditions, our rates have increased because we have to be able to meet that obligation. So in order to provide an outstanding facility such as Wollongong, which a community of this size, collective size across our catchment, deserves and warrants, it's amazing. You should come and visit. You're all very welcome. For us to provide those great services our community requires, there's a fundamental impact on our financial sustainability because of depreciation. So I think it's a really live example that shows, that does actually show the bottom line impact back on our ratepayers.
Yeah, sorry, Sarah Wickett here. Just got a smaller point to also make. Depreciation for local government is different than in private as well. So once an asset's fully depreciated in private, you can take it off your books. But every 5 years or so, we have to revalue our assets, and the valuation actually appreciates, which means that you are never outside of the burden of depreciation. It just continues. So that's the primary difference.
Thank you all. Can I just, we've just got Mr Hart in the room here, just wanted to give Kingston an opportunity to respond to the Deputy Chair's question as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Deputy Chair. I think my colleagues Darryl and Sarah covered that very eloquently. I'd just like to reaffirm the point Sarah made around councils are required to get back into surplus before they can achieve borrowings for anything. And unless we can get that achieved, you're not going to be able to get the borrowings to undertake any of these major projects.
Thank you. Back to you, Deputy Chair.
Just a standard cost-shifting question, team. We've been around the country taking evidence. People have spoken about cost-shifting. Is it your experience that the majority burden of cost-shifting comes from state governments? And to the extent that you're experiencing it from the federal government, what does it look like? Give us an example.
Thank you. I'll start. Sarah here again, City of Mount Gambier. A reasonable portion is state government, and to give you an example, councils often have land responsibility for state government land. So, for instance, and we're very appreciative of the beautiful assets we have in our local community, such as our Craig Lake area, but they are often Crown land facilities which we then pick up the responsibility for, and so that's a good example. I did hear the earlier question you posed to your earlier respondents about state funding. Very often that state funding is grant and program based, so it might be things like tourism or for sports programs and so on. So they're more by application rather than ongoing untied funding that comes from the federal government. Probably in terms of cost shifting federally, it's more about overarching policy positions. So things like if there are climate change targets, for instance, which might change the way we have to conduct our business. Now, that's just an example. I can't think of any direct service ones for us, but I know for District Council of Grant, they'll speak to this also.
Thank you. In terms of cost shifting, I think we'd probably agree that it is primarily the state government. In terms of loss of indexation of libraries, management of ditch roads, inadequate funding for animal management, pest and plant species, levy collection, solid waste levy, impact from natural disasters, the ability to take on public nuisance and control liquor being just a few, and the burden of ASCOSA. In terms of federal government, we would consider that the divestment of airports, the cost of screening, the cost of screening operational charges is something that probably constitutes a cost shift, as well as in terms of people's natural rights. You would know that we in the Limestone Coast are contributing to 27 Telstra towers. We're very, very thankful for the state and federal government, particularly the federal government, as the largest funder of that. But without that support, there are black spots in regional communities, and we would consider that a fundamental right. And then the policy positions is not really a cost shift, but probably recognise the impact on local communities, particularly with China policy around lobsters and wine has had a significant impact locally. In terms of the grants from state government, look, there isn't a lot. They are highly competitive and not at the same value of the federal government, but we have been very privileged to receive from the state government commitment of $2.7 million to our Saleyard regeneration project, which we are hoping to get federal government in the next round of the Growing Regions program.
Thank you. Kingston, and also if I can ask you, Mr Hart, the rough percentage of the federal assistance grants to your overall budget.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Darryl's provided a very robust list of examples there. I'll just add one more to it, and that is the Planning and Development Act. There's 18 pieces of legislation associated with any sort of development in any council area, and councils are required to resource to undertake the management of those things. In Kingston's case, we can't afford a full-time planner, so we outsource it to consultants. It may be more efficient than putting our own person on, but there is a bit of opportunity for resource sharing around that. But at the end of the day, councils have to administer those pieces of legislation. To your question, Chair, our financial assistance grants, which have ironically dropped over the past 3 years, is now down to, I think this financial year's $560,000 on an overall budget of $10 million.
Thank you. Sorry if I cut anyone else off. Were the other local government areas still answering that previous question?
No, all done here, thank you.
All done. Starting with Mount Gambier, working through Grant and then to Kingston. Is there anything further that anyone wanted to add? We've got your submissions and very much appreciate them and the recommendations. I note that Kingston's first recommendation was just around lower density populations and with smaller size populations to take that into account with the FA grant formula, and certainly we have heard that feedback from a number of councils, smaller councils obviously. When it comes to the slightly smaller but still under financial, slightly larger but still under financial pressure councils, we'd call them sort of small towns or small cities. That's what I'm hearing is what Mount Gambier is, and I'm just a bit unsure of. Can you just remind me with Grant what your biggest city is and what the population is there?
Yes, Kylie, as District Councillor Grant, we have two townships of just about one's 800,000, but I'm doing well, 800, which is Port Macdonald on the coast, and then we have Tarpeena, which supports is a timber town, and it supports one of our largest businesses in Timberlink there, and that has about 650 residents. So, and then the rest we are about 24 small localities that are made up from people from farming and forestry.
Well, while you've got Grant there, I'll just continue to answer that question so that we just continue with there. One of the things I would like to draw your attention to in our submission is the ability to attract and retain staff, and it's exacerbated by the housing shortages and critical medical services such as radiation treatment isn't readily available. The other thing is that South Australia is considered a region in terms of federal grants. And that means that we're competing against big metropolitan councils for grant funding, which is probably not the same as in other states as well. So the resource availability is different in those councils. So the degree of effort and pre-work that they can put in probably makes that competitive process quite difficult. The other thing I would say in terms of South Australia considered a region as well, and I'm talking from a private experience here where my wife runs a restaurant locally, the moment they made South Australia a region, we lost 2 chefs in one day. So the ability to retain people from that policy around migration as well and visas is also a complex issue, and we rely heavily on backpackers. We rely heavily on overseas people to be able to take those regional roles. Historically, there used to be an incentive to be able to come and spend your time here. My understanding is that incentive has been reduced as well. So that whole workforce availability is something, and it might need a different committee on that, but it's something that I think warrants a little bit more consideration.
Was that you? Was it Daryl?
Yes, Daryl.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that. Yeah, you did right. When that those changes occurred, we lost a lot of people even from Darwin because all of a sudden Gold Coast was somewhere where they could get the same benefit, or Geelong or somewhere like that have obviously got a lot more going for them. Those 2 chefs with your wife's business, so did they move into Adelaide or sort of moved interstate to Melbourne or?
Yeah, overnight when they got the change to their classification that Adelaide was considered rural, overnight they went straight to Adelaide.
Yeah, okay.
And we wasn't the only business that were affected.
Lots of areas were affected by that, and we're just from the federal government's perspective, we are reviewing that area of regionality for the regional the skilled migration system, because we identify obviously that it's not working for truly regional areas, and again it just comes to a matter of how you classify areas to make it a fairer playing field around the nation, and if we're going to grow regional Australia we need those settings right. So that is currently being looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, and hopefully for the competitive grants process as well.
No, indeed, we've got that evidence loud and clear. We're drawing to the end of this session, so I just wanted to check in with the Deputy Chair, see if he has any more questions, and then each of you, if there's anything more that you wanted to add.
No, I don't have anything other than perhaps this. I understand local government operate in levels in South Australia. So, for example, Ian, you're a level 5 council, I understand. I presume City of Port Adelaide Enfield will be a level 1 council. Just wondering if you could all make a comment on this. I appreciate there's a sector-wide call for a 1% increase, and that's fine. What about this idea that perhaps some other local governments have raised that that there's also a need to consider the nature of the distribution between relative councils, small rural and remote councils or regional councils or others versus the large inner city councils. That's a theme that's come through pretty strong in this. Is that something that, I appreciate as a group, the 1%, but outside of that, do you think that the distribution is working fairly at the moment relative to small councils?
If I'm allowed to jump in.
Go ahead.
No, the answer is no, Tony. And of course, yes, we'd advocate for some changes to assist the smaller councils. I think that's been at the core of all of our submissions. But I'll defer now to Sarah or Lynette.
I'll just add, and Daryl also. Look, I think the difference that the financial assistance grants makes proportionately for smaller councils is more profound. We're acutely conscious that given that the sector has to look after all members, that it's unlikely that you're going to pick winners, that you're going to redistribute existing funding and have others worse off. But that's why our suggestion earlier was if the overall pool increases, can the proportion of that be redistributed differently so that over time the regional councils are actually seeing a proportionately higher amount without somebody having to take a loss, if that's achievable. But certainly agree, Tony, that it absolutely makes a difference to our bottom line in a very material way.
And Darryl Wicker here, absolutely agree that it is critical for us in a way that a Metropolitan Council probably wouldn't be able to understand or fathom as well. We would support that nobody is worse off, but if there is to be a greater pool, that would be distributed as a priority to regional councils. We would also request that the mechanism that the state government used to distribute that is reviewed by the federal government, so you can really target the need areas such as to airports, to regionals, to coastal roads as well, although there's roads to recovery, and that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. The regional councils, and so I'll stop it there.
Yeah.
In any case, Darryl.
Anyway.
Yeah. That was a good list. And Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
We've made all our points.
Oh, sorry, I was going.
Sorry?
I've now thought of it. I guess what it's about is making sure that that formula is inherently flawed, because part of that formula is if you've got the ability to rate more, that you're actually you're penalised for that, which means that puts upward pressure on rates. So I think that formula needs to be reviewed, that how it's distributed by the state government as a priority. Now, I get the language has changed on that, but that was the previous methodology and messaging.
Thank you, and we've heard evidence as well that, obviously bigger local government areas with more staff have got more grant writers and a better opportunity to attract grants, and smaller local government areas shouldn't be penalised for not having the same human resources within them, with the challenges that they face in terms of workforce and others. And workforce is something that we're reflecting on as well, and how we might be able to help federally with that. Thank you all so much for your attendance today here in person, Mr. Hart, and online for the Mount Gambier and Grant mayors and CEOs. Really appreciate it. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, such as a breakdown of a rough breakdown of your own source revenue rates and other own source revenue and the federal assistance grants and other sources of government funding that you receive, that'll be very helpful for us. And but I'm not talking about War and Peace, I'm just talking about a rough breakdown of the split. That's very helpful for us. If you could send that into the Secretariat by the 11th of October, that'd be most appreciated. And we'll send you a transcript of our conversation, so you'll have an opportunity to read through that and request any corrections if you find there's any problems with that. But again, really appreciate both your submissions and your evidence this morning, and wish you all a good day.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Deputy Chair, if you could just stay on the line for a couple of minutes, please.
Yeah, I've seen the emails from the Secretariat. It's fine.
No worries. And wish everyone else a good day. Thanks very much, Ian, and others.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
See
you.
ya.
Goodbye.
Bye. We'll just suspend for lunch now, and we'll resume at 12:50 if we can.
So, Chair,
Yep. Resume the hearing, and apologies for running a bit late. I managed to dodge a tram, but didn't get to eat lunch. But I asked them to pack it up for me. Looked like a beautiful piece of South Australian beef too. But thank you for joining us, Mayor on the phone, and for those here present. Our committee, Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport, is a House of Representatives committee, and we resolved a couple of years ago that these hearings to do with this inquiry and previous inquiries would be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings would be published on the inquiry website. So that means, we obviously want to make sure the transcripts are as accurate as possible. So I'll explain this later, but you'll have an opportunity to have a look at the transcripts and make sure they're correct. But those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, but we always remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I'm Luke Gosling, the chair of the committee, and represent the people of Darwin and Palmerston in the federal parliament. This morning we had Mr Zapier here, who will be coming in on the phone. So he's a member for Macon, he's a local. And we've got Tracy Roberts on the phone, also from WA. Are you there, Trace?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am. Wonderful weather here in WA.
West is best, they reckon, over there. But us here in the south and in the north, we'd always... Who are you following in the football grand final, Tracy?
Well, we've not got the Eagles or the Dockers, so
you're not interested?
yeah, really, just as long as the game's interesting, just don't get hurt.
Sounds like you've got a slightly difficult to understand coming through there, Trace. Just see if you can get into a position where there's a clearer signal. But thank you very much for calling in. So what I'll do now is ask for the Hansard, whether you can please, we'll start with the Mayor on the phone, whether you can please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Mayor Philip Stone, Mayor of City of Whyalla.
Thanks, Mayor.
Justin Commons, Chief Executive Officer, City of Whyalla.
Cathy Jarrett, Director of Corporate Services, City of Whyalla.
And Simon Milcock, CEO for the Northern and York Local Government Association.
CEO? Yeah, thanks, Simon. Can you just explain where that is geographically?
So the Northern and York Local Government Association is a 15-member council organisation. We run from the Adelaide Plains Council up to the Flinders Ranges,
yep.
And from the Barossa to the bottom of the York Peninsula.
And the York Peninsula is from Adelaide across that York, or that's Eyre?
So Eyre Peninsula is over on the west coast.
West coast.
York Peninsula is between the Eyre Peninsula and Adelaide. It's the one that looks like the leg and the foot.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Gotcha. Oh, great. Thanks very much for your time and for joining us. And great to have you on the phone, Mayor. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective Houses of Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Mayor, because you're on the phone, just we'll know it's you when you're speaking, but I'll open with Whyalla and then we'll go to Northern and York local government. And if you can also, the first question I'll go to, if you want to start thinking about that a bit, is around, after the opening statements, is around how you define financial sustainability for your local government areas and how we measure it. Future questions will then sort of go to whether the settings are right for formulas of distribution and the pain points that your local governments are experiencing. But I really appreciate your submissions, and we'll hand over to the City of Whyalla.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to reinforce our main three priorities as per our submission. You'll no doubt have many others also highlighting that federal and state governments expect local governments to deliver many of their priorities, but with insufficient funding and diminishing grants in real terms. So firstly, our first priority is it is essential that a higher level of untied funding is again provided through the financial assistance grants. Now, in line with the recent ALGA conference in Canberra, there is a need to restore FAGs to at least the 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue that ALGA has also called for. Otherwise, there is a serious risk that many local governments are being set up to fail. Our second priority, there is the need for a different funding model for airport security screening services and the general operation of regional airports. The vast majority now owned by local councils, many of which struggle to finance ongoing maintenance and development. Now, an example of what we see as inequity is that we in Whyalla have an urgent airport runway upgrade that costs around $20 million, for which we, of course, are currently seeking funding. But for the community of Whyalla, this represents $1,000 per resident. Now, there is simply no capacity, nor should anyone expect there to be a local council to have to finance such a project. So airport funding is our second priority. Finally, our third priority calls for a review of the method used to classify localities as remote, very much for the FBT housing benefit purposes, because a significant impediment to the attraction, retention of a skilled workforce, which really impacts on Whyalla and many other regional councils, is the current method, which has not changed since 1981. So we see this as a detriment to a locality like Whyalla. It's not classified as remote, but we've had a declining population and we struggle to attract the appropriate skilled workforce. So in conclusion, we certainly believe a local government with the necessary capacity and skills will have the ability to grow regional Australia's economic and social well-being, as well as growing our own community. But without the priorities we have raised being adequately addressed, and without the increased funding at a Commonwealth level, there is a continued risk, we seriously believe, and I certainly believe, that local government will remain unsustainable. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Mayor. Did any of the Whyalla people?
No, we're happy to respond to questions.
No problems at all. Mr. Milcock?
Yeah, thank you. And I might follow up on the last point the Mayor was making. So the work we have been doing around workforce and the ability for local government in South Australia to attract and retain talent. In the work we did with Torrens University, a key factor is the productivity for councils in being able to retain staff and create pathways through some of the initiatives which have been outlined in that report, which I think ultimately means a greater return for ratepayers. We know that within the context of a tightening national labour market, the regional local government sector finds it difficult to compete with other industry sectors, urban-based councils, to attract and retain skilled labour. There's a couple of points I might just raise on that. One of them, I think sometimes we get bundled into a national view when we need to, I think of South Australia quite differently to our eastern states. And this is not being disrespectful to Whyalla or Port Pirie or Mount Gambier, but we don't have regional cities.
Absolutely.
whereas those eastern states have regional cities which have those. I've been in Townsville, a city of 200,000 people. It has 2 universities. We have Uni SA with a campus in Mount Gambier and a campus in Whyalla. That's fantastic, but they're not really regional universities. So I think that's from a workforce perspective. And I think the other thing that ties in with that is that lack of connection between tertiary education and the local government sector. I'll use a little case study. When I sat down with the 40 students who were part of this project, and a number of them were from overseas, international students, and asked how many were interested in moving to regional South Australia, and there was crickets. How many were interested in local government, and there was crickets. So I think that conversation around councils needing to work not as individuals in this space, but as an industry sector, and I think that needs to be national, not just at a state-based level, because there is certainly significant career paths into, and I think that constant turnover of people is not helping in the process of making local government as sustainable as what it could be.
You can't develop, locals along a pathway if there's no one there to help them along that pathway, because you've got the churn. Was that your opening?
I think I'll keep that as the opening statement. That was what our report's about, but if there's some other matters which come up in that, because we can start to talk about roads and waste and wastewater and the infrastructure.
We've heard a lot about wastewater, Seems to be a big cost. We've doubled roads to recovery funding over the forward estimates over the coming 4 or so years, but with LCRI finishing, there's less untied funding. Is that a good sort of summary of?
I think one of the issues though is sometimes spreading those dollars across everybody. Is that so? We've been working on a regional roads priority list, which. Sometimes what happens is that some of our member councils don't have the resources to put into that. So is there equity in some of those funding programs? And I look at York Peninsula, Wakefield Regional Council, 2 of our member councils, the largest and the 3rd largest road networks with such small rate bases. So that productivity, being for government to be able to get more taxes out of these enterprises and businesses and industries, if we could make those roads increase the productivity, ultimately there'd be more taxes coming back to the government. Yeah.
Can you tell me about these levels of local governments? Is it 1 to 5? Different levels of
South Australia.
In South Australia, yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it depending on what scale you're looking at, but yes, levels 1 to 5.
So what is Whyalla?
We're at level 3.
Level 4, sorry.
Oh, 4?
Yes, level 4, yes.
Yep.
And so what would...
Most of the other councils in the North York Peninsula and in the Eyre Peninsula are level...
lower.
Much lower.
5 and 6.
5 and 6 and 7.
I think Barossa and Light,
they're a bit higher.
Yeah, a bit higher.
Whyalla Council at a level 4 is one of the higher levels for a regional council in South Australia because of the residential numbers that we've got. So Whyalla as a city is 2nd or 3rd largest regional city in South Australia.
So you said you've got a campus?
Yes, there's a university campus there, yes.
But does that provide like a pathway into local industry? Is that how it's framed specifically, or is it a range of courses they offer?
It is framed specifically for providing pathways into industry, particularly in and around the Eyre Peninsula and the Upper Spencer Gulf region. But they don't provide a full suite of programs. It's fairly limited.
And Mount Gambier's got a campus as well.
Yes.
If I may, through the chair, I'd like to echo Simon's comments that one of the real challenges we have in South Australia is that we very much are a city-state.
Yeah.
Unlike the eastern seaboards, once you get outside of Metro Adelaide, Whyalla and Mount Gambier are the two largest cities. If you leave the likes of Murray Bridge to one side and Mount Barker, which are largely sort of metropolitan. So Whyalla's got the grand sum of 21,000. Mount Gambier's got 28,000 people. So relatively small cities, certainly compared to eastern seaboard states, and all of the other councils then are much, much smaller. So Whyalla is a little bit of an anomaly, I suppose, in terms of regional and rural South Australian councils. Having said that, however, we struggle with some of the very similar challenges in terms of being able to attract the skilled workforce. We're about 400 kilometres by car from Adelaide. So to be able to actually get people to come and work and live in Whyalla is challenging. So we've seen an increase in FIFO Dido type workforce over time. And when you have major projects and major industry developments such as, AUKUS, hydrogen renewable energy, the mining sector, particularly with the BHP copper province to the north of our state, those private sector projects do attract a lot of the skilled workforce within the state. And again, noting that our state in relative terms is also quite small compared to other states. So every layer you go, as you take each layer off, that just adds to the challenge that we have in rural and regional locations outside of metropolitan Adelaide.
So just for my context, can you give us a rundown of the $10 billion in major projects?
Yep. Yeah, so I think across the Upper Spencer Gulf, which comprises Port Augusta, Port Pirie and Whyalla, and to the north of the state, there's actually probably about $30 billion in total. Most of that is within the mining and resources, so BHP with their copper province up around Carrapateena, Oak Dam, Olympic Dam. The mining operations of magnetite resource in particular, but then we have many other critical minerals within the state. So graphite, so the Renascor graphite mine, we've got some uranium mines and the like. So mining and resources sector certainly makes up a significant portion of that pipeline. But the other emerging suite of projects is around renewable energy, wind, solar, battery and hydrogen. And the South Australian state government's Hydrogen and Renewable Energy Act is all about unlocking what has typically been used as pastoral land to be able to open that up for grid-scale renewable energy projects. Whyalla is fortunate in that we are, or will be, having the state government's hydrogen jobs plan power station built back basically on our back veranda, so about 12 kilometres outside of our city. That will be a major electrolyser, producing and storing hydrogen that can then be used to power turbines to put electricity into the grid. So haven't seen updated figures from the state government, but that's probably $1 billion project in itself. And the other significant project in our region is the Northern Water Supply Project, which is the major desal plant currently proposed to go at a place called Cape Hardy, which is roughly halfway between Whyalla and Port Lincoln, but producing water to provide to the right up through the middle of our state up to serve BHP at the northern part of our state, but also providing water for things like hydrogen production and agriculture along the way. That project's about $5 billion. So the important thing with those two items is that hydrogen and water are not the end game. they are really there to unlock other opportunities in terms of green manufacturing, particularly green steel and green ore. So also within that $30 billion is major upgrades to the wireless steelworks, to an electric arc furnace and a DRI plant, as well as being able to produce green steel for export purposes to go into electric arc furnaces around the globe, essentially harnessing our renewable energy and taking us up the value chain.
Does this additional industry mean additional rates?
It will in time, yes, it will in time. The challenge that
through residents that don't fido-dido but instead live there?
We certainly hope so. At present, we are in a transition. This is part of the global, but in our case, the national transition to net zero. We would see localities like Whyalla growing in population over time. So certainly our forward projections, albeit we, as a local government, we won't include increase in rate revenue projections until we're pretty certain of them, because a lot of that $30.3 billion worth of projects, until you get to FID, so a financial investment decision, a lot of those projects won't progress, so we can't essentially bank or rely on those. But we certainly expect that Whyalla will grow in time. However, if you're at the other end of the spectrum, right at this minute, our steelworks is not producing steel. Our blast furnace is down and has been down for 4 months earlier this year. So the steelworks is in a world of pain at present, and that's having a really significant impact on the local economy. And I'm sure both federal and state treasury coffers as well in due course. What I think that highlights is that for a council, part of our role is about creating the public space, the livability, the amenity to attract and retain a population. In Whyalla's case, as per our submission, Whyalla was originally built for probably 50,000 plus population. However, for the last 3 or 4 decades, we've been running at about 22,000 people. So we don't have the rate base in terms of population. A lot of the housing stock that we've got is old and tired and of low value. And our demographics, in terms of our CEFA index, we've got a very low CEFA index of 883, which means we've got a high level of socioeconomic disadvantage. So we don't have people who can afford to pay a lot more rates. So we've almost got a perfect storm. Note the SCOSA people coming in. Welcome. We've just had a SCOSA recently do a review of our financial sustainability, and these were some of the key issues that were identified. More specifically, if I can shift off that, because I'm not sure how much time we've got, the airport. SCOSA also highlighted that as a local government, we provide pretty much all the services that you'd expect from most local governments, so libraries and community services and dog and cat registration and the like. But we also run a number of enterprises that are not typical to most governments, including, and foremost, we own and operate an airport. It's a significant airport that services both the Eyre Peninsula and the Upper Spencer Gulf. It's the only RPT service servicing the region except for Port Lincoln. Is
it running at a profit? Or?
No, it's running at a significant loss, about $800,000 about $800,000. $1.2 million current operating loss. That was exacerbated with Department of Home Affairs requiring us to introduce security screening costs, given the sizes and the volume of size of planes and volume of passengers through our airport. What that did was essentially added about a $45 to $47 per person ticket increase to cover the cost of that security screening. Fortunately, to date, Qantas has picked up that tab, but Qantas ticket prices are certainly on the increase. We have made a submission to the federal government's white paper in terms of aviation, just based on some reasonably modest modelling. Instead of a locality like ours having to pay $47 per person per ticket, if the cost of security screening was actually shared across all passengers, all flights across the nation, that would represent about 75 cents per person per ticket. So we've got a significant financial and economic impost on our location by virtue of our site, and the scale of volume through our airport, which is now making air travel become effectively unaffordable for many within our community, referencing again a very low CFA index.
I know it varies, but what's the sort of return Wales Adelaide cost?
Yes, that's an interesting question. It depends on what day of the week that you fly. It can go anywhere from about $230 one way up to $800 one way. As with all airlines, they basically, the more seats they sell on the plane, the price continues to go up because they don't want to sell the seats too soon and not have the ability for people to get on. So yeah, in some cases it's in excess of $800 one way for which is about a 30 to 40 minute flight. So as the crow flies, it's a short distance, but by car it's a long way.
Which is why the didos are becoming more prevalent, are they?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes, they are.
yeah, yes. Combination of that, and also the other real challenge that we've got, and it's not so much, or it ultimately contributes to council's financial sustainability challenges, is that, like everyone, we've got a housing crisis, but our housing crisis is on steroids. That $30 billion pipeline of investment that I've just talked to you about across the broader region, that represents about 25,000 construction workforce and about 5,000 ongoing operational jobs. So we are a region that is got significant growth opportunities. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to hear our Premier Malinauskas talk about the state prosperity projects, and our renewable energy, our critical minerals is really the equivalent of Victoria's gold rush and the Queensland's LMPG rush.
Yeah, I might just pick up on that issue.
Please,
around renewable energy. So at the moment, there's an issue around equity for local government across Australia with these wind and solar farms. In South Australia, local government cannot get a rate from those developments, whereas the eastern states, they have different systems within each state, but in the eastern states they do pay rates. So if we used the report we did, I think it was about 3 years ago now, if we use those figures, it's somewhere around $4.5 million a year that local government in South Australia is not getting if it was using the Victorian model. So that's going to some of these small, low rate-based councils. That's not coming into them, but they're having to maintain the infrastructure for those wind and solar farms. And then some of the other issues are, we're seeing councils in regional South Australia take on health centres, start to run the medical centre, because there's a gap in that market because they're not. And is that really something that councils should be delivering?
Can we pick up on that then in terms of cost shifting? You mentioned some health examples, but there might be others, aged care or other examples of where there's cost shifting from either state or federal.
But I also think Justin's talking about the amount of housing which is needed in Whyalla. Will you replicate that across regional South Australia, and then it falls back onto local government for the water, the wastewater, the waste. And not only do we not have the infrastructure and the funds to cover that infrastructure, we then, and this comes back to that workforce, we don't have the people in place to be able to manage and deliver those.
So water's an example where SA Water you would think is providing water services. You're saying your local governments are?
So, so SA Water not in all areas?
No.
So, and certainly from a wastewater perspective,
yeah.
that's back onto local government. So these, and I don't know enough about it except what I read in the media, but my understanding is the amount of investment which has gone into infrastructure for water in regional South Australia. We're seeing those major developments now in the peri-urban areas, which are part of our region, you know, the Roseworthies and the Two Wells, and the funding's not there.
Yeah. So just go back to those health services. We'll go to Whyalla in a sec. Those health services, so you're saying that there's local governments in your area that are providing primary healthcare services?
There has been on the Eyre Peninsula. Kimber is a prime example. Kathy, I don't know if you know more about.
Sorry, can we just aged care services?
I don't know enough to answer that.
No, we have heard some evidence from different local
some
governments.
councils do provide aged care services. Certainly Whyalla is not in the business of providing aged care services,
No.
but there are other councils that do.
Yeah, out of necessity because of the not being a market there for the...
Correct.
And in our case, an extension to that, we provide a childcare service,
yes.
Have done for many, probably decades. For that same reason, the private sector hasn't responded to the demand.
How many childcare centres are in Whyalla?
I think, is it 4? Yeah, I think 4. We're probably, in relative terms, again, because we're a large regional town at a grand sum of 22,000, compared to a lot of the other towns, we're probably more fortunate, but we still have a significant waiting list for childcare within Whyalla. There are other towns around our region, particularly in the seat of Grey, so Rowan Ramsey, I'm sure you've heard talk about the childcare desert. There's been some modelling done that shows that there's a complete dearth of childcare facilities and services across pretty much two-thirds of our state.
Yeah, he's got a large...
Very large.
Rural
yes, yeah.
But it includes Whyalla, does it?
Yes. It does, yeah.
Yeah, it's very decentralised, South Australia. I hadn't realised how much Adelaide...
Adelaide is our regional city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor?
Can I just make some comments about the subject of cost shifting that you were just referencing? An example which we have, which has affected one of our projects, all your school traffic lights, you know, the flashing ones where the monitors are there with their signs at times, that used to be a state government responsibility. It's now been pushed onto local government. We've actually had to put a project on hold because of the cost to change into new traffic lights, but no longer can we use the flashing amber lights. They've got to be fully activated crossings. And one of the issues we have in the regions, which is not helping our sustainability, and this would be felt everywhere, not just in Whyalla, but once you get outside of suburbia, you're talking about increased costs of supplies, labour, anywhere between 20 to 40% higher than you might estimate or you might expect to be paying. Now, this isn't uncommon in Adelaide, but it's even worse in regions, and we only have a certain budget, and every time you want to do a project or upgrade, we've got at least 3, possibly 4 other sets of school crossings which must be getting close to past their use-by date, and we'll have to really think twice as to whether, in fact, we're going to be able to afford to replace them, because I think that the cost these days is getting up towards $400,000 to $500,000 a set, which once upon a time we didn't pay for. Also, lots of the activities of governments, like with our dog and cat control, we have to comply with the regulations on how we now have to run. And that is an exceptionally extra cost load on council as it would have been 5 to 10 years ago. So there's gradually been that cost shifting, and that's where we will argue, and I'll certainly argue most strongly, that particularly federal government grants have gone backwards, they might increase them by 3.9%, but its EPI is higher than that. So when that happens all the time, it just gets further and further back. So we can come up with a whole range of examples of where over the years, and this could be every council would be able to do the same, that there's been a degree of cost shifting and greater expectations on the local council, but we don't get the extra funds to take on those extra responsibilities.
Yeah, so either the services you've had to pick up or compliance has meant there's extra revenue needed to, put on extra staff or what have you.
Certainly compliance, yes. Which we don't disagree with, but we don't have the money all the time.
For your benefit, Chair, just to summarise, if I looked at the big ticket items, the airport was one example. Yep. Previously was owned and operated by federal government. It was passed to council. The road traffic management and pedestrian signage and traffic controls, which the Mayor just mentioned. And I'm sure if you've spoken to some other South Australian regional councils, you would have heard of things like jetties and marine assets.
We have.
Yep. So I won't labour that any further, but that's another example of an asset that is now our local government has responsibility for, but technically is actually a state government asset.
Thank you.
Yeah, I might just finish my little bit on issue around volunteerism. And the significant increase in the decline. We've seen the decline of volunteering, but after COVID, a significant increase in that decline. And when we start to talk about maintenance in many of our small communities, those council-owned amenities, be they parks, be they institutes, is relying on communities to manage those, and less volunteers. And then we're starting to see the impact on our emergency services. We're starting to see the impact on wellbeing, suicide prevention. So a lot of those things are pressures being put back from the community onto councils, and councils having to deal with that because that volunteer base who were doing those things before are no longer there. So that's, I think, a significant and going to be quite significant, especially in some of our areas where we have very aged populations. When we still have ambulance officers in their 70s, as an example.
God bless them.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not sustainable.
No.
You did ask or foreshadow that you're going to ask what the definition and the measure of
thanks for the reminder.
Yep. We have two measures. One is a financial measure in terms of sustainability, and typical with most councils and our local government legislation, it's the ability for our operating revenue to meet our operating expenses over the course of a 10-year long-term financial plan without any significant shocks or variations from year to year to either the revenue side or to service delivery. Our council is unsustainable in that regard. We have been for a number of years. Things like the federal government's payment of financial assistance grants in advance has complicated some of our budgeting and financial management purposes, and it would be good to get some consistency and the revenue passed to us at the right time. In that context of operating expenses, that includes the ability to cover depreciation costs, with depreciation being a representation of the usage or the deterioration of the asset over its useful life. So that's the financial definition. The second one comes to the social capital or human capital, the actual capacity to deliver services. And as has been mentioned, it is really challenging to be able to attract and retain the skilled workforce needed to deliver services and within regional locations such as Whyalla and Upper Spencer Gulf and the Eyre Peninsula. And I am aware that there are a number of councils, and our council's probably, again, slightly better than some of our neighbouring councils, where the required level of service is not actually meeting statutory or legislative compliance requirements, because the councils just can't get the resource to do the work. So things like building control and environmental health would be two examples that, if you needled into that, I'm sure many councils are not actually fully complying with their statutory requirements because they just can't get the resource to do the work. Having said all of that, South Australian councils are very good at looking at trying to work together and to collaborate. Within the Eyre Peninsula, we've got a number of shared service type initiatives that are on the boil at present. One of the challenges with those shared services is unfortunately just the tyranny of distance. So if you're looking to provide, say, using those two examples, building control or environmental health, if you're looking at geographic differences between towns, 2 or 3 hours down the road, and then 2 or 3 hours to the next town, being able to deliver that service on sort of the mail run type scenario is really challenging. Again, getting the resource, number one, and then the actual cost of delivering that service in that sort of model is also challenging.
What's your SA Health Centre?
Ours is the Flinders and Upper North Health Network. Yes. So it's based primarily in Port Augusta.
Beds in Whyalla?
We do, yeah. So we have a regional health network. So Whyalla does have a hospital with a number of services delivered through the Whyalla Hospital. Port Augusta also has a hospital, and I think that is the central hospital for the regional network. We have just recently, just talking about the challenge of attracting skilled workforce, we had a scenario just recently where our maternity services had to be ceased for a period of time because we couldn't get enough maternity nurses into Whyalla. And again, emphasising that Whyalla is in a pretty privileged position compared to many of the other country and regional towns in South Australia. So for the second or third largest city in the state, not be able to attract maternity nurses was a real concern. You touched on the subject of aged care just recently. Again, another good example of this. Our current aged care provider, which is Helping Hand, about 2 years ago, they had to shut a 53-bed nursing home facility. The reason they had to shut that was that they were having all sorts of accreditation and quality issues in terms of service delivery because they couldn't get the registered nurses. And the reason they couldn't get the registered nurses is they couldn't find the housing and or the nurses to provide the service. So we actually lost capacity in terms of aged care services in Whyalla, which was a significant.
Nurse now.
That's right. Yeah. So
which
significant.
Is a good thing, but
yeah.
you've got to be able to house them, attract them, house them, and it's competitive. You're competing with Royal Adelaide.
Housing is a critical element of attraction, from a livability point of view.
So explain that to me, because Whyalla, sorry, we'll get back to your neck of the woods, Simon, but it's a town built for 50,000 people. You got 25,000 people living there, but you haven't got enough houses. How does that work?
Combination of factors. When Whyalla was built back by BHP and the state government, back in the shipbuilding days, at that time, back to Sir Thomas Playford's era, there was grand expectations that Whyalla was going to be a significant regional capital city with 50,000 plus. So a lot of the infrastructure that was put in, big, dual carriage laneways, big median strips, lanes down back of every street. We are the only master plan city outside of metropolitan Adelaide. That was the vision for Whyalla at that time. Unfortunately, the shipbuilding industry closed when BHP decided to venture out or away from shipbuilding. The steelworks has had its challenges over the time, which you've obviously aware of, given your introductory comment, and right through to today. So the one of the challenges for the city is that we are very reliant on one major employer, which covers both the steelworks and the mining operations, currently GFG Alliance. Over time, there's been an underinvestment in housing. We've had a change in our demographics. So back in those days, when Whyalla was thriving, there was 7,500 houses, public workers' houses built, and I emphasise public workers' houses built by the state government and the BHP at the time to attract the migrant families to come and work in the shipbuilding and the steelworks. Change in government policy over time, government's moved out of public housing to now be in social housing, albeit now transitioning back again. But as a consequence of that, we had a lot of affordable housing in Whyalla, and over time what we've attracted is a disproportionate high number of people with high needs, hence our CIFA index. So a lot of people with disabilities, we've got generational unemployed, we've got, unfortunately...
So the availability of social housing attracted
absolutely
people with higher needs.
So, on a per head of population or a per dwelling comparison, Whyalla has got a significantly higher proportion of social houses and people with high needs per dwelling or per resident. Hence our CIFA. If you look at our CIFA of 883, I think there's only a couple of other localities in South Australia, including the APY lands, for example, and I think Cooper Pedy, that are actually got a lower CIFA index than what Whyalla has.
So much of the equation is appropriate housing. Opposed to...
Where I was going with that, my apologies, was that we've changed the demographics of our population from 3 or 4 person families to now we have a disproportionate number of single person dwellings, again reflecting some of the demographics that we've got within our city. Back in the day, a lot of the housing stock was actually owned by interstate investors. Again, with the market as it is at present, and with some of the socio-economic anti-social behaviours that unfortunately gets generated when you've got unemployment, significant unemployment within your city. And coupled with the cost of actually doing construction or maintenance in region, for many interstate investors, it's actually easier just to forget the property is there and just let it sit there, because the cost of fixing it and some of the increased vandalism that occurs, unfortunately, is a disincentive for some of those houses to be appropriately used.
Abandoned.
We were talking on Monday. We had the Suicide Prevention Council up at Port Pirie, and we were talking about what's happening with the social services in regional South Australia and the impacts which are being placed on them with the increases due to the housing crisis in Adelaide, because it's pushing people who need those services out into the regions, because that's the only place they can now get affordable housing, but those services are not moving with those needs. And then it's a small pocket here and a small pocket here, and you talk about the opportunity to resource share. Well, that's not just an issue for local governments, it's also an issue for some of these service providers being able to get the people to provide that. So when we talk about a housing crisis, it's not just not having enough houses in the region, it's actually about what Adelaide is doing and pushing those social services out into the regions. So that's compounding that.
No, it's a good point. You might have heard in the media that the Australian housing Fund. Yeah, Futures Fund. And, but, you know, it's not going to happen everywhere quick enough, so there's a clear need for additional assistance. So because I really enjoyed that conversation. It was probably got off topic a bit, but can I just go to you each for a final thought? We've got your submissions, and I really appreciate out of 550 odd submissions, yours was the 5th in, I think. You got right onto it early in the piece, and we really appreciate those submissions. But we've got those recommendations. So, just a final thought. We'll start with you, Mayor. Just a final thought before we close this session.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. Yeah, very, very briefly, if we can't have change, if we can't have some of these issues, and particularly the priorities that we've all raised today, if they can't be addressed, I cannot see how local government overall, let alone individually, can become sustainable, because there is so much pressure on us to provide more services for our communities, undertake more projects, focus also on the need for our social well-being. Without greater support and without the Commonwealth Government lifting up to at least that 1% of tax input to us, we are going to continue to struggle. And I really have a great deal of sympathy for those very smaller councils that have even a less rate base but need the services as well. We definitely need that change, and hopefully what you're doing and the complete review will bring us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, and you make that point well around sustainability into the future. There's obviously various levers, but the lever that we're looking at here is how we can support local government better, acknowledging the important role that you play. So thank you for the role that you play and your staff. Did anyone else from Wales have any final thoughts? What I'll also say is that we would really welcome any additional thoughts. If you thought, well, what I really wanted to say was this and I forgot, you can send us some more information, and I'll accept that as sort of a supplementary submission, but I'll explain that at the end. But any other final thoughts?
I would probably just like to reinforce the connection with the work of and the commentary in the aviation white paper,
right.
And in the context of regional cities being able to maintain regional airports and the capability and capacity of local councils to maintain regional airports. The cost of maintaining an airport is significant.
Yeah.
We have a requirement to upgrade our primary runway, specifically because Qantas have decided to transition from Q300 to Q400 aircraft in region. So they're swapping out their fleet for bigger aircraft. They're heavier.
Do they require a lengthened runway or just
Not a
strengthened?
lengthened, just a strengthened, and it's going to cost us over $20 million to do that. That represents a significant impost on the local community and a significant impost on our financial sustainability as a council, which has already been raised by ASCOSA as being a key impost on council's financial sustainability. So we recognise airports and air services need to be delivered. We recognise the importance of security and security screening, but it is a very difficult impost to place on local councils, the upgrade of airports.
Point well made, thank you. We've had a lot of evidence to that extent.
Probably two things. One, our state and our federal government are seeking us to be more productive, and they want the regions to be more productive, and we see that with with tourism and the other industry sectors that they're wanting to grow. To help that increase, there is a significant role for councils, but I hope out of all of this, perhaps you understand what those limitations are. And I think, as I said at the start, that difference we have in South Australia to the eastern states in being able to perhaps deliver on some of that. And the final one is on that role of volunteers, because I think when we start to talk about the sense of identity of who we are as communities, I think we're at a bit of a tipping point. And we could well see some significant impacts especially when we start to talk about the drought, emergencies, disasters. There could be some of those communities who are no longer there.
Yep.
So I think that's really a loss of identity, and I think that's really important to us.
Yeah, and that's dealing with national disasters and so forth. If we were to experience some sort of regional security or conflict disaster on top of that, we would be well and truly stretched, and that's not out of the bounds of possibilities either. We're going to have to, just in the interest of time and giving the SCOSA a chance to tell us what they reckon, I'll just have to draw this session to a close. Thank you again for your time, for your evidence, for any future evidence that you may want to send in to us after this. But that would need to be in with the Secretary by the 11th of October. We will send you a copy of the transcript from today, a transcript of your evidence, so you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to any transcription errors that there might be. But I really, again, thank you for your time. Have a safe trip back to Whyalla for those temporarily didoing for the day. But or will you fly back?
No.
Drive back.
Or to the Clare Valley for some of that nice Riesling or Shiraz tonight. So you're all welcome, of course.
Oh, the Clare Valley, Don Farrell's always telling me about how there's...
He was there 2 days ago with the Indian Minister of Trade.
I saw that. Yeah. No,
I think I had one of his Farrell Shirazes the other night as well. So, yeah.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Cheers.
Good on you.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks for the panel.
Okay. Cheers.
Now, Trace, sorry about that. I didn't see if you had any questions, but we've got a SCOSA coming on now. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. They were amazing. They did a great job. And that's not gone on to.
Thanks, Trace. We'll just get you to introduce yourself in about 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Please, gentlemen. We've got George here and Adam there. How are you? I don't know if we can reach you. Oh, how are you? Well, you've been getting plugged a fair bit, so I thought we'd better give you a chance to, give it.
Not just for coughing during your last session, I was swallowing something on the way down here.
But I have, since I got back for lunch, started coughing as well, so I don't know what that was. Didn't even get... No, that's all right. That's all right. And I apologise, that the sessions have sort of... Lots of good evidence, but the sessions have blown out a little bit. We've got half an hour or so if you just sort of keep that in mind, and we'll just bang, bang, bang. But also there is that opportunity to send us some additional information if we don't get to certain things right now. But let's crack on and get through as much as we can. I was really thrilled to hear that you guys exist, and a lot of people have been talking about you. So without further ado, I'm not sure if you're here at the start, so I'll just let you know that our Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee had resolved a couple of years ago that this term of Parliament, that our official transcripts will be published on the inquiry website, but as you just heard, you'll have a chance to have a look at those, make sure that they're correct, and that this session that we're about to embark on will be broadcast on the Parliament's website. There can be filming or recording permitted during the hearing, but we always remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I'm Luke Gosling, the chair of the committee. I represent the people of Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory. Mr Zapier, who's here locally from Adelaide, he'll be coming in on the phone. We've got Tracy Roberts from WA. You there, Trace?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's Tracy Roberts, Federal Member for PSC in Western Australia.
And importantly, a former mayor herself and head of WALG Welga in the past. So it's great having Tracy on our inquiry and on the committee. For the Hansard record, would you please state, thanks Trace, your would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee this afternoon?
Adam Wilson, Chief Executive Officer of the Essential Services Commission of South Australia.
Thanks, Adam.
George Kamanchak, Executive Director, Monitoring Evaluation from the Essential Services Commission of South Australia.
Executive Director. Thanks very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective Houses of Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to give either both or one a brief opening statement, and then we'll move to some Q&A. But again, I'll go immediately after your opening statement, and feel free just to include it, but go to the issue of how SCOSA define financial sustainability of local government and how that's measured. But really welcome your opening statement. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to appear today. I'll make a brief opening statement, starting with the observation that the Commission recognises and very much values the role that local government plays in providing long-term community services. It's an essential part of our polity, and we have a role in that process, which we can describe today, but we do think this is overall a particularly important bit of work that we do for that long-term customer value reason. The scheme itself is relatively new. We are in our third year of operation practically, and we had spent a year prior to that preparing the scheme structure. It's really intended to operate at a number of levels. What the Commission does is provide advice to local councils to inform risk-based decision-making for the benefit of their ratepayers. It allows elected members and council officers an independent view of risks, opportunities and good practices, which informs their decision-making. It also informs ratepayers, constituents, of key issues that can be raised to council when council are publicly consulting on their performance plans, their draft budgets and the like. So really it is, in many senses, a piece of sunshine regulation, if you will, as opposed to traditional command and control regulation, providing that independent review and allowing autonomous independent decision-making by councils and elected members, reflecting the democratic process that they do go through. The final observation I'll make is that we have been very impressed with the response of the sector to this scheme. Now, of course, there were initial hesitancies, I would say, and that's understandable when you have a new regime coming into place and a new body imposed into the structure. But much of what we do as an economic regulatory authority is look for behaviour change. And our observation would be there's been tremendous behaviour change within a very short period of time in this sector. There's been a recognition of the need to address some of the risks that have been identified. There's a recognition of the need for long-term service provision and asset maintenance. And those things have come together very strongly. And the message that we receive from the sector right now is that while they may not love the scheme being in place, certainly there's an increased sense of value coming from the scheme overall. Happy to take questions, particularly in relation to the financial sustainability, if you wish.
Fantastic. Yeah, can we just start there then, just in terms of, just so I understand your role, is part of your role to bring some uniform, in South Australia, to bring some uniform measurement of financial sustainability and reporting in order to inform, or maybe if I can give it a bit more context and say, SA government has a formula by which funds from the federal government are distributed. Do you inform that process?
Can I go back one step?
Yes, please.
In developing the terms of our scheme, we had a look at what exists already, and we were very keen not to replicate existing things. So, for example, the definition of financial sustainability, we simply draw on the nationally agreed Local Government Association definition of sustainability, and I rely on our written submission to that extent. Similarly, in relation to the sorts of metrics that we look at the existing financial ratios which are specified under the local government regulations that have been in place since 2007. So what we've been asked to do is comment on the appropriateness of councils' long-term financial plans, asset management plans and the like, having regard to those existing ratios within the umbrella of that overarching... That's
a 10-year future.
10-year future time horizon. Under the overarching umbrella of that financial sustainability community good. So in that sense, we're not charged with uniformity per se. What I think we are charged with is drawing out risks, opportunities, good practices which inform decision making by elected bodies in pursuit of that financial sustainability element. So we're part of an informative process, we're part of a public debate process, but we're not a deterministic body in that sense.
How many staff have you got?
In total we have 48 FTE at present.
Wow. Very valuable. So in drawing out the good practices, maybe we'll get to that in a minute. Different levels of local government within the state. Can you just describe that?
Yes.
And how does it, in reality, change the way they operate? Because in some other jurisdictions, depending on your level, means how much you can offer your staff, which means some local government areas are more attractive employers because they can pay their CEO more, or they can pay their arborist more, or what have you.
Yeah. So, again, our process is slightly separate to that.
Yeah.
So we have an underpinning framework which asks a series of questions related to financial sustainability and service delivery and what have you. But we take each council as individual, so we don't tend to group them per se.
Right.
And we look at each council on its own merits, its own circumstance. And that's one of the benefits of the scheme here. It's not trying to apply a broad brush approach to similar councils, because I think you can classify councils in different buckets depending on what metrics you choose to use. And so we look at each council separately, from the very smallest at the Kimbers and the like, through to Adelaide City Council and Onkaparinga. And we look at their particular circumstance, so the needs of their community, their operating budgets, their forward plans, their asset condition, and say, look, in that context, here are some challenges you face, here are some risks you face, here are some good things you're doing that you should keep doing. And take that into account when you're forming your next strategic management plan, your asset plan, your financing plan. So we don't look at, we don't do comparisons between councils, because that is difficult inherently. We don't take councils as a group and try and apply a similar lens to that. It is very, very much tailored to the specific council to make it more useful and valuable to them.
Mm. Yeah, and people getting used to that is not a surprise. And there could be some, well, this is the way we've always done it, and some resistance to change, and I understand that. But there must be some trends that are worrying. When you hear mayors talk about their local government area being unsustainable financially, and I guess it just focuses their minds on what they have to prioritise, and where they're deficient in certain areas. One thing I'm keen to get some feedback from you on is skill sets that you've seen in different councils in South Australia that are lacking. How would you summarise those?
Okay, I might start and ask George to step in as well. So the sorts of systemic things we tend to see, and it's not every council, it's just broadly you could say this might be a consideration for the sector. All councils are, in one sense, strategic asset managers. The services they provide the communities are derived from the use of infrastructure assets, water, as you heard from the previous evidence, and other infrastructure. And there's always a challenge in infrastructure to maintain the kit that you have while still planning for the new stuff you have to build. And therefore, having that trade-off in a really transparent manner and understanding the risks and opportunities of not maintaining what you've got versus building the new stuff. That seems to be a common theme, and it's a challenge, and we accept that. It's something we have seen change over the last couple of years, an increased focus in the commentary we hear. When we first started, the idea wasn't raised to us as regularly that we have to think about the trade-off between renewals and new capex. And now it's much more commonly raised to us. In terms of the capacity, I mean, councils, we do see in practice the enormous variance in size and capacity. And again, thinking on the evidence before you already, the skills mix required to maintain an asset business is a considerable challenge for any business. And whether it's SA Water or SA Power Networks or the local council at Cooper ultimately they're doing the same fundamental task. And so the challenge to retain and attract those skills, I can see being a live one for councils. But George does a lot more time on the ground with councils than I do, and may have some observations.
There are certainly we do get a lot of feedback about attracting skills into the regions, and that has been a common theme, particularly in regional councils. And even, just to put it in the context of some of the things you might be thinking about, the ability to attract grants. So some of the larger councils, metropolitan councils, might have a whole team looking at how they can attract grants and how they can put together submissions, etc. Regional councils really struggle with that, and they're the ones who disproportionately rely more on that because they have a much lower rate base. And so the proportion of income they generate, they rely a lot more on grants, but they have the lower ability to attract grants. Yeah. And so that actually forms one of those real challenges for them. Other things, everything from, even just sharing resources like a grader to do regional roads. One council may not be able to afford it, but they borrow and they beg, borrow, and there's all sorts of stories that we hear about that and trying to pool resources. And some of those councils, I think, as we've put in our submission, they have, a rate base of 800 odd people versus 180 odd thousand so there's significant differences there, and you might literally have the local CEO, turning on and off the lights, locking the doors, and sweeping the path. Trying to perform so many different roles and functions, which can be quite challenging.
We've certainly heard a lot of that evidence around the country, it's been important for us to get an understanding of how different local governments, what percentage of their overall operating budget is met by federal assistance grants or by their own source revenue, including rates. The issue of cost shifting keeps on coming up in that the local government areas feel like they're having to do more with less. So is there anything you would reflect on there?
I would observe that that's been raised to us stridently at times,
yes,
and that's appropriate for the sector to advocate. Again, given that the structure of our role, we have to take councils as we find them, and so putting aside equities or inequities in the size of the pie or the cut of the pie, we have to say, well, this is your operating context. How are you doing within that envelope? So we're not oblivious to the issue, but sure, in providing advice, we have to take it as we find it.
Sure. And has there been other themes that you've noticed that the federal government in particular should be aware of in terms of whether it be those airport services or marina services? I can understand that airports are expensive to run, particularly if you have to upgrade them, as you just might have heard with the previous witnesses. The increased requirements for controlling goods coming in and out that the federal government's put on, that seems to have led to increased financial commitments from the local governments. Are marinas in that same category?
They can be for some councils. So there's one council in the southeast which has had challenges in terms of the management and how it's funding the resurfacing of that marina. They're obviously expensive assets, but as Adam has said, we have to take the totality of how they're managing those finances and how they're potentially generating revenue to maintain those long-lived assets. And in that particular instance, we did make, I think, recommendations around, well, are they actually charging sufficiently to be able to recover the upkeep of that particular marina in a way that is making it more sustainable. So rather than it drawing down on all their finances, is it actually contributing to it? But that particular council also had challenges with things like seawalls and erosion, which separately could also add additional issues. And the point I raised before about their ability to attract grants potentially, I think was I guess we put it out as a challenge to them to be a bit, to increase their skills and ability to track some of those for things, because I think the feedback we had from that council is they see neighbouring councils or other councils even in other states having better access to resources to look after those facilities, but they felt that they had been a little bit left behind and perhaps hadn't yet been able to take advantage of some of those opportunities that could be available. So there's sometimes an information / skills side to being able to attract some of those things and be better at managing those. And a big part of our recommendations have been sometimes if those assets aren't particularly useful to the community, are they ones that you still want to keep maintaining? The question of airports does come up. We have, I think, 3 or 4 councils in South Australia that we've looked at that have similar challenges. And our question to those councils is, do you really need to keep that asset? Is that something necessary? So we are pragmatic in trying to, help them to find the solution. We can't mandate a solution for them, but we at least try to help provide that transparency and perhaps shed some light on how they might be able to deal with those particular issues.
Do you have any staff who can essentially help them with grants writing? I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
We do, but it's not our role. No.
It's not your official role, but...
Yeah. So what I would say is, again, this is part of the evolution of the scheme in practice. So again, when it starts off, no one's particularly pleased to see anybody turn up. George and the team have spent a lot of time now with councils on the ground. Look, I think that there's a give and take in that process, and the discussions which happen around this advice forming is actually probably providing some capacity of understanding, an educative role. It's not incomplete, it's not entire, it's not going to be a solution of itself, but as we evolve this scheme, there's an element of education that we can bring as we learn from council what their individual challenges are and what the sectoral challenges are. So there's a nice synergy in that as well through this scheme, to the extent it's seen more and more as being of assistance to them as opposed to being an imposition on them. The other observation I would make at the top level, since you asked, is that in our other guises as an economic regulator, we look at other infrastructure like electricity, gas, ports and rail. And one of the early discussions one always has in making decisions about those matters is, what is the level of service provided? Is that a level of service which is mandated by statute? Is that mandated by some customer feedback which says we value this service to this level? And an observation, and we haven't got a fix on it yet, but an observation and a discussion point that I've had certainly with people in the sector is that there's not necessarily the same routine and rigorous assessment of service levels provided to the community. There's often an historical level of service that has been provided, and that is added to from time to time. There's not the same narrative about what can we take away. What's the trade-off in all of this? Where do we want to be in 50 years? And that's just an observation. Again, we're not being critical there. It does seem to be part of the narrative. How do we make sure we've got the right service levels that the community values over the long run, which does tie back to planning and budgeting and strategic management plan cycles. So I think there's an emerging question around that as well.
which on the ground translates from us to helping them or encouraging them to get that feedback from their communities, so that they're meeting the needs of the community, and that they're, you know, the rates match that they have the income to match that they're providing the services that the community needs, and that they're doing that in the long term. So some of those factors are that intergenerational equity aspect to it. Are they charging all their current ratepayers for things that might not actually translate for quite some time? And so there are some of those queries we do advise on directly. We talk to them about, and each council has such a unique set of circumstances that we do have to really tailor our conversations according to their own particular circumstances. So as Adam said, we can't, you know, we don't benchmark, or we don't think that's possible to benchmark because of the unique circumstances.
Because the councils are different and you're taking them as they are, I know it's difficult to make generalisations, but is there something you've noticed about the role of making tied grant funding more available, whether it be in the quantum or the priority we give to needs-based councils? Versus their want, as I guess any manager want, for untied funding from the federal government?
Yeah, again, it's possibly a question outside of our remit, but I don't want to run away from it. And I think if we go back to the asset management question, which is again what we're fundamentally looking at, in the private sector, if you're borrowing for your business, you're generally tying that to an asset and the life of that asset, generally. So broad undertakings are less likely to be funded on that basis. So that's sort of the nature of what we look at. I also see the arguments the other way, allowing discretion and autonomy in decision-making by councils as well, which of course does rely on sound and fundamentally effective, robust asset management planning and delivery. So whichever way we come at it from with our lens on, the question is there sound, long-term effective management of assets for planning, delivery and renewals? And in that sense, we would be, with respect, I guess, a little bit indifferent as to the source of the funding. We'd be looking for the underlying capacity of that council to deal with it.
To use the funding, appropriately. Thanks for that. And I do appreciate you still, you know, fleshing out and giving us some more context, even though it's outside of, you know, strictly the role that you've got. But it's just for your information, I guess federally we are looking at the role of skilled migration and the definition of regionality, because that seems to have impacted on a lot of areas around the country in terms of them having more bodies with the skills in order for them to discharge their responsibilities within the community context, because that seems to be difficult for them in the sort of more remote council areas to attract the right people. And if smaller council areas are in competition against, you know, places like, I use the Gold Coast and Geelong as examples, bigger metro areas, then that's presenting difficulties. So we want to make sure we've got those skilled migration settings right in order to support the councils. But with an ageing population in a lot of these areas, a decline in volunteerism, you can see, you know, why they're not so much focused on the intergenerational aspect of future assets, but just trying to maintain the current assets.
I can say just on conversations we've had with some councils, and I'm thinking in the Riverland was the most recent one, where they've had some actually really positive stories from skilled migrants coming and working in those areas, and one was that was related to town planners who had come there, something they found extremely difficult to attract from the city, and had been, I think, without a town planner for a number of years, if I recall correctly, but now have one who has been on the ground for quite some time now, absolutely loves it out there. So that was a really positive story.
And Through the Chair, if I may put our other regulatory hat on for a moment, just to give you a different case study. And what the point I want to make here is there's also a systemic ability to upskill and provide capacity as well. So in our role separately as the water industry regulator for infrastructure, we had a council which was remote and was struggling with capacity. And looking at it systemically, we have a role in enforcement and compliance and the like. But part of that was actually to provide educative support. And so we lent very heavily into that council to make it, help it understand the obligations, gave it basic systems to deliver on that, worked with it, taking an approach that is better for the end-use customer, that we work with the council, than us whacking them with a big stick and feeling good about ourselves. And so I think there's a systemic question here, and it's hopefully coming through in a bit of the flavour of our evidence. As we work with the sector through this process, we will learn, but hopefully there will be conversations which allow the sector to learn what we're looking at. The written word is very important. That goes into the decision-making processes of elected members, of council officials, and into the hands of relevant communities. But there is a systemic issue here, and making sure that that is as important a part of the process, I think will be another, of itself not sufficient, but an unnecessary part of the suggestion you're making about capacity building overall.
Can I ask about you're finalising some general advice on good or better practice? Is that finalised or still been?
We have a draft here, but it's still an internal working draft, I'm afraid.
Oh, feel free to share.
We will share with you once it's been released.
In due course.
Yes.
But could you provide some examples on the advice for good or better practice, just generally?
I mean, a lot of it does relate to good practices in strategic asset management planning and really understanding their asset base. I think that's been one of our key observations, that there's a real reluctance to do it on a regular basis, therefore impacting on how they actually then plan future work if they haven't revalued, if they haven't accounted for it in an appropriate way, the depreciation costs aren't then correct, and that has real significant impacts in the long run. So I think there'll be a fair bit of, in our observations around that, and really bringing together those strategic plans into their annual budgeting processes as well. With those councils that do it well, we've called out, and we think it's great when they can align their annual budgeting, their annual planning with that long-term strategic planning. And that's been something where it does not occur, it actually has a significant impact and does then impact on their sustainability.
And in saying that, interestingly, it's not just the large councils which are displaying good practices. Actually, some of the smaller councils have very good practice in place, and the larger councils have not had a good practice in place. So again, it's not, this is why we say it's not comparable. You can't say a large council is always going to have these characteristics. It's very situational. There's some smaller councils in the state which do a fabulous job in maintaining assets, forward planning, balancing their budgets with their federal assistance grants, and on a continuous basis, and we'll be identifying those practices in this report we've put out. We won't name names, but this is really saying we're seeing these things in the world. When people are doing them well, this is what happens, and there are risks in not doing them well. So here's something you can look at, and as a sector, you can probably have a conversation about that. We don't have to be involved, but starting that educative piece again. So again, it's not part of our core function, but it's certainly ancillary to it, and we think there's value. And we will work with key players in the sector, the Local Government Association, the Financing Authority, the Grants Commission and others, so there's a shared view that this can be a helpful document.
And is it in a matter of weeks or months or that you might finalise it?
I would anticipate in the next month or two we should be, certainly by the end of the year.
Well, please keep in touch with the Secretariat, because it'd be great as we're finalising our report to learn what we can from that.
Very happy to do so.
Just in terms of training and education, is that a service that you're providing at this point? I think traditionally the local government associations have had that role. That's still the case?
Yeah, and we're not trying to step on their toes. Really, it's just a function of the process we go through. There's an ancillary benefit of having this education piece. Absolutely respect the role of the LGA in providing the great services it does do, and we don't try and step on that either. And we just have a very good working relationship with the LGA as we go through.
I'm sure they're picking up a bit through the process, as in the local governments and for the LGA as well. So the better that relationship, I've just observed in LGAs around the country have got different levels of capacity as well, but the more sort of training that they can do, the more they're in touch with people, particularly those councils that have got a high turnover of staff, because it's almost like sort of retraining people all the time, and where there's a mixture of good skill base and willingness to learn and some continuity of staff, then they're going to do better, generally speaking.
And what I can say, without letting the cat out of the bag, I think the first observation we have in this draft report is that the LGA has some very good information out there for council on financial metrics and practices around financial sustainability. And we will be advising, I suspect, councils to have regard to that material which the LGA has already made available. So that's sort of how we're trying to work on that front.
Yeah, because some people don't even, maybe too busy with the day-to-day, not aware of resources that are available. So, I just commend you for the work that you're doing and look forward or appreciate your submission, but also look forward to any further information that can better inform our deliberations as we move towards the eagerly anticipated recommendations to government.
Thank you. Can I just...
Please, any final thoughts?
No, I was just thinking about my earlier evidence on the size of the Commission. I should be really clear, we have 40 FTE across all the functions we have.
Yep.
Local government would be 4 to 5 in any year, for about 6 months of the year. So.
Right, and so just so I understand where you come in, so which department is it under?
So we're an independent statutory authority under our own Act.
Yep.
Administrative responsibility for the Act rests with the Treasurer, and so we, for budget and planning purposes, we report through the Treasurer.
Through the Treasurer, yeah. No, it's been great to understand what the Commission does, and we certainly appreciate your evidence and future thoughts. Any final thoughts?
No.
Sorry we had to cut the time a little bit short, but it was good that you could also sit in and hear some evidence from some local government areas that I'm sure you're in touch with anyway, about some of the challenges that they're facing. Any additional information we'll gratefully accept at any point, but by the 11th of October, if there's anything that you could reflect on after today. Sometimes you just think of things that you didn't mention, that you haven't previously mentioned. Feel free to send that through in the next couple of weeks. But we'll send you a transcript of your evidence that you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors that might be there. But again, really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I declare this public hearing closed. Thank you, Hansard. Thank you, Secretariat. We've still got a few minutes to wrap up. We do. Thanks, gents.